Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the World Food Forum 2022. If you would please take your seats, we're going to get started.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this edition, this year, 2022 World Food Forum. And before we start with a fantastic program, we bring the anthem of last year once back to life, once back on stage. This is the 2021 World Food Forum anthem, last year performed by A.Y. Young, a acclaimed artist from the United States, from Kansas. He is a son of a farmer and made it into the music business. He is a rapper. He is also an SDG advocate and was performing last year and also producing the first ever anthem of the World Food Forum. And here we go. A.Y. Young, the stage is yours from last year, the recording.
I need that boomba, ba 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 boomba, ba 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 boomba, ba 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 boomba. I need that better, yeah, better life, better production, it's better right. Hey, it's better right. The four betters connected, give us a better life. Who would have thought you could be looking to there's no inner sight? Who would have thought you could be the one that get in the fight? It's food for thought. I had a dream that you could plant a seed and one day it would grow and turn into a tree. And maybe we could achieve food security. If we can fix the food, then we can save them all. Better life, better production, it's better right. I need that better life, better production, it's better right. We need a world with a healthy diet for all. And no more food loss in this ways. A wiki done search, you'll find better life. We can put ourselves to the side. I had a dream that you could plant a seed and one day it would grow and turn into a tree. And maybe we achieve food security. If you can fix the food, then we can save them all. Better life, better production, it's better right. That's food for thought. I had a dream that you could plant a seed and one day it would grow and turn into a tree. Maybe we achieve food security. If we can fix the food, then we can save them all. That was cool.
Thank you very much, A.Y. Young, once again, bringing back a lot of memories from last year. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everyone here in Rome, but also around the world. This is being broadcast to thousands of people around the world. And my name is Kazuki Kitaoka. I'm the coordinator of the World Food Forum. I have the honor to be your host today together with...
I'm Yasmina Bouzian. I'm from the Communications Office at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. And now that we have your attention with that music...
Yeah, we are absolutely thrilled to welcome you all here. And today is really the accumulation of all the activities, partnerships, other things that happened throughout last year.
And for those of you who are new to the World Food Forum, as you saw with the anthem, it was created, the first launch in 2021 as an independent, youth-led global network of partners that was facilitated by FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. It aims to really spark global movement and empower young people all over the place, all over the world, to really actively shape agri-food systems and really to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have 8 years left for that. And all of this for a better food future for all.
That's right, Yasmina. And in order to drive this awareness and foster engagement, create the kind of partnerships and advocacy, and also, of course, mobilize the resources for all this, for agri-food system transformation, we connect youth, young people, influencers, companies, academic institutions, non-profit organizations, governments, and many more, of course, the public. And in just 2 years, we were able to create a food movement around the World Food Forum, and we are really glad to welcome you here at this flagship event this year. Over the last year, we were engaging more than 40,000 people from around the world, and this year, we of course hope and expect many more to join us in this forum. We are also advancing our work to the next level in this forum this year, bringing together 3 different fora. Last year, it was primarily the youth. This year, of course, the Global Youth Forum will still be at the center of the forum. But in addition, we have the FAO Science and Innovation Forum and the FAO Hand-in-Hand Investment Forum that are also interlinked into this flagship event that we have this year. These 3 interlinked fora are advancing and will hopefully advance really bold, actionable solutions to catalyze the transformation we need for our agri-food systems and facilitate collaboration between generations, as we are all here in different generations, and leveraging their combined ingenuity in science, technology, innovation, investments, and of course, youth action. We need youth action for this in key areas of food and agriculture.
Very true, Kazuki. And you're looking around in the room and you're saying, but he's talking about all of these people. Well, they're actually in other rooms in the rest of the building and online, following us and contributing to all the sessions in different formats. So expect the next 5 days to really be exhilarating and hopefully inspiring because of all of the contributions you are going to be giving to these days. And our events are designed really to create dialogue and to really have active participation. You're going to be in this room, in other rooms with a number of different people. They're going to be youth, they're going to be youthful. They're going to be farmers, they're going to be small-scale producers, policymakers, governments, agri-investors, and scientists, all of whom are attending in one form or another. And all of us are to come up with solutions. This is going to be homework. We are to come up with solutions for a better food future for all, leaving no one behind. No one behind.
So each of these 3 fora is bringing a unique perspective from youth, from investment, and from science. And the Youth Forum this year has a specific theme. The theme is Healthy Diets, Healthy Planet. And this theme is raising young people's awareness of the connections between climate change and access to safe and nutritious food and healthy diets. And of course, we want this to spark action.
And Kazuki said it earlier, there is also investment that needs to be made in the future and for the future. So the Hand-in-Hand Investment Forum is also going to be taking place and provides a platform for national authorities, global and national public, and all of the private entities, along with multilateral development banks and donors, all here to really make that we can finance the Hand-in-Hand initiative and also help those countries that need it the most.
Absolutely. And finally, the Science and Innovation Forum, which will highlight the crucial role of science, technology, innovation in transforming our agri-food systems and in exploring scientific advances, also some opportunities and risks perhaps, in order to support a building of an efficient, inclusive, resilient, and of course, sustainable agri-food system.
So, of course, the three fora together, this intersection, is a very big step forward. So it's a big step forward if you come up with solutions and if we work together. Your agendas are full. I'm sure you've looked at them. And we expect quite a bit out of this. You can also expect some fun. You'll have innovative challenges, you'll have film festivals, you'll have music and artistic and cultural events, which we'll get a few of today as well, and you'll have opportunity to really generate your own movements.
And we hope, of course, that this week will be used by you, by your delegations, to forge new connections, to find new ways to solve the problems that we are facing, and expand your thinking perhaps as well, and take active part in creating the type of future we all want to see and that youth is actually asking for. This is going to be an impactful week, we hope, and to start it all off, I'm very honored to introduce Mr. Chu Dong-yu, Director General of the FAO, to join us here on stage, and he will give us a short welcome address. FAO, as we all know, is the specialized agency of the United Nations that leads international efforts to defeat hunger, and the Director General has long worked towards this vision of freedom from hunger as a basic human right. Mr. Director General, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, good afternoon from the FAO headquarters in Rome. Today is very special and historic day. World Food Forum, WFF 2022, is officially open during this week, World Food Day week. When I founded the FAO Youth Committee in 2019, it was a way to give the opportunity, power, and a voice to young people. And it was the young people who followed up on my idea of the World Food Forum. And you have stepped up to your engagement fully with the energy. And now I'm very happy to see more clearly how far we can go together and how big is the potential you will unleash. You have created the global movement with us. You are making your voice heard and dynamically felt. You are inciting and leading real action. The innovation and the solutions-based thinking of the young friends and the supporters give me confidence that we are on the right path. Today, joined in person by Honorable President of Poland and Honduras and St. Thomas and Principe, and others online from the Peru and from Bangladesh and from others. So the theme of WFO 2022 is the healthy diet, healthy planet, and agricultural future, agri-food future is in our hand. And we are convinced, and it is a better future for you and for all of us. It is about finding solutions and actions in our agri-food systems and rural development this year that advance soil health, plant health, animal health, healthy food, and a healthy environment, leading to human health for a better life. It is about the transformation of global agri-food systems in the coming decade and the overall guidance of our four betters: better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life for all, leaving no one behind. Healthy food comes from the healthy agro-environment conditions: soil, water, fertilizer, seeds, post-harvest, and others. And in line with the food safety regulations, health for our bodies means building upon our basic step food, diversified food, a balanced nutrition intake, healthy diet, and proper exercise. 3.1 billion people in the world cannot afford healthy diets. These are the challenges we are here today to face and need to overcome. And the well-being of our environment, our air, our land, our forestry, our oceans, and our adaptation resilience to climate change. Agri-food systems have a huge room to improve and change with regard to the impacts of their environment footprint. Through creativity, enabling policies, responsible investment, technology, science, innovation, and coherent actions. Dear friends, in 2021, as a prelude to this global movement, the World Food Forum brought together over 40,000 people in search of the best solutions in transforming our agri-food systems. This year, WFF 2022 is bringing about even more people and partners in 3 streams: global youth in agri-food, science and innovation, and hand-in-hand initiative investment. We are providing a platform for the global youth to have a say and propose innovative ideas for the agri-food system transformation we must bring them to the decision-making table. We are providing a platform to bring together data, technology, and science-based expertise to highlight their centrality for the agri-food system transformation. And we are providing a platform to bring together hand-in-hand initiative investment to ensure we have open, accessible finance as a key enabling needed for national transformation plans led by the countries to achieve the SDGs, especially SDG 2, SDG 1, SDG 10, SDG 14, and others, aim at rising incomes and improve the nutrition status and the well-being of the poor and vulnerable populations, and strengthening adaptation and resilience to the impact of a climate crisis. Throughout 2022, the World Food Forum has already hosted a range of events with participants from all over the world. The Global Youth Assembly has held consultation and identified policy gaps from all regions and appointed regional focal points to provide a strategic direction. Their innovation awards include the transformative research challenge and the Startups Innovation Award in the partnership with the Extreme Tech Challenge with a new prize for resilience innovation. A young scientist group has been established with 20 brilliant young scientists under the age of 35. And I'm pleased to see many of them here with us today. Dear friends, I'm excited to kick off this week-long World Food Forum, bringing together so many different representatives from around the world, high-level dignitaries and government representatives, farmers and farmers groups, consumers and consumer groups, civil society, indigenous representatives, private sectors, top scientists, international organizations, multilateral financial institutions, investment bankers, key partners and stakeholders, young and young at heart, friends, fellow colleagues. I welcome all of you. We are all here because each of us has an important role to play. Each of us must be part of the solution and action. Food is the single strongest universal lever. We have to make a change together to create a healthy population, a healthy prosperity, a healthier planet through healthy partnership for HPs. We have all the tools in the toolbox we need to create the better future we all deserve. WFF, we are now on the track. We have shown us that the youth everywhere are stepping up boldly to all the challenges. We can learn from the past, act in the present, and aim for the improved perspective in the future. This is our commitment and your opportunities to co-create the bright future together. The World Food Forum is designed for the future and will continue to grow. I invite everyone to be part of the movement. All generations and hand-in-hand partners have their roles at World Food Forum to learning together, work together, contribute together, and nourish this shared small planet together. We can have a better future together, leaving no one behind. I wish you all have a dynamic, innovative, meaningful, and memorable time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General, for these inspiring words, for this inspiring welcome, and for setting the scene and the tone for this year's World Food Forum.
Thank you. And I now have the great honor and pleasure of introducing our next esteemed guest, who has a message from His Holiness, the Pope Francis. Monsignor Fernando Chica Arellano will be delivering the speech. In addition to being the head of the Roman Catholic Church, His Holiness Pope Francis is also a strong advocate of global action against climate change. Monsignor, the floor is yours.
Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Es un gran honor para mí poder dar lectura al mensaje que Su Santidad, el Papa Francisco, envía con ocasión del segundo Foro Mundial de la Alimentación. Dice así: a Su Excelencia el señor Chu Dong-yu, Director General de la FAO. Excelencia, saludo fraternalmente a todos los que participan en la segunda edición del Foro Mundial de la Alimentación y a quienes se comprometen y esfuerzan cada día por erradicar el hambre y la pobreza en el mundo. La alimentación es fundamental para la vida humana. De hecho, participa de su sacralidad y no puede ser tratada como cualquier mercancía. Los alimentos son signos concretos de la bondad del Creador y frutos de la tierra. Me vienen en este momento a la memoria nuestros abuelos y el respeto que tenían por el pan. Lo besaban al traerlo a la mesa y no permitían que nada se desperdiciara. Cristo mismo en la Eucaristía se ha hecho pan, pan vivo para la vida del mundo. Respetar los alimentos y otorgarles el puesto preeminente que tienen para la vida del hombre solo será posible si, además de interesarnos por su producción, disponibilidad y acceso, así como por las medidas técnicas del comercio agrícola, tomamos conciencia de que son un don de Dios, del que solo somos administradores. Como he dicho en los otros mensajes dirigidos recientemente a vuestra organización, nuestra primera preocupación ha de focalizarse en el ser humano como tal, considerado en su integridad y teniendo en cuenta sus necesidades reales, en particular las de aquellos que carecen del sustento básico para su supervivencia. Queridos hermanos y hermanas, en este periodo de crisis interconectadas, el mensaje de Cristo, incluso para los no creyentes, nos interpela a no dar simplemente de comer, sino a darnos a nosotros mismos en el servicio a los demás, reconociendo y garantizando la centralidad de la persona humana. Esta prioridad solo podrá ser salvaguardada si volvemos a creer en la fraternidad y en la solidaridad que deben inspirar las relaciones entre las personas y entre todos los pueblos. Confío a Dios Todopoderoso los frutos de este encuentro, a fin de que se incrementen las iniciativas y decisiones que contribuyan al bien y al futuro de toda la humanidad. Vaticano, 17 de octubre de 2022. Francisco, Papa. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Monsignor, for this moving message by His Holiness Pope Francis.
Indeed, we speak of solidarity. We heard solidarity and gifts. And one of the ways that we can really make that change and be the change that we want to be is through the gift of education. Our next speaker, and whom I have the pleasure of introducing, representing the host country, Italy, whose room we are in now, is His Excellency Patrizio Bianchi, who is the Minister of Public Education for Italy. He is also a full professor of applied economics at the University of Ferrara and the holder of the UNESCO chair in the Education, Growth, and Equality. It is our pleasure to have him here with us today. Sir, the floor is yours.
Hola, hablar después del Papa me parece muy difícil. Todavía vamos a intentarlo. Me he vuelto en inglés. Thank you so much. On behalf of the Italian government and of our President Mario Draghi, let me thank you, all of you, for coming today in Rome for this extraordinary meeting. We are living in a very difficult moment. The pandemic, the global pandemic, showed to us how fragile is this global world, but show also that if we are working together, we are able also to win the pandemic. It's clear, it's a moment. We are living in a sort of never-ended summer, beautiful weather, but this means also the drought. Our rivers are dry. There is no possibility to live only with the sun. We have to live with our capacity to restore a sense of climate. Also, this can appear an impossible challenge. But if we work together, we are also able to face this challenge. The war we have in this period. And also the war seems to be an impossible challenge. But I'm confident that if we are working together, we are able also to win this disaster. Working together is not easy. Working together is not simply the sum of our capacity. Working together means that I have my specialization, you have your specialization, but we have to adjust because we have to become complementary. The efficiency is not only the result of specialization. Specialization is necessary, but it's not enough. We need complementarity. We need to adjust ourselves in order to work together. But at the center, of course, there is technology. Of course, there is innovation. But at the center, we have our people. At the center of this story, we have human resources. The real wealth of nations is our people. And we have to invest in our people. And education. Education is the way. Education from 0 to N. Because in such a rapid transformation, always we are students. Always we have to restart to study, not for us, but for all together. And when we are speaking about food, don't forget it. Food means, today, the most extraordinary challenge for the humanity. Because we have to provide a decent, sufficient, healthy, quality food for all and for everybody. But this means that we have to do reducing the impact on the planet. The health of the planet is the health of the humanity. Look, we are coming back to the origin. We are coming back to speak in front of the night of apocalypse that seems to run in these days. We are speaking about peace. We are speaking about food. We are speaking about the right of the people to live together, having the basic solution for their own life. We are speaking on the fact the only possible solution is not war, but is peace. Peace for peace, not war for peace. Peace for peace. And the peace is starting when we are facing the emerging needs of our people. And the words of the Pope are the only words that now we have to maintain as the real, clear evidence of our future that is not tomorrow, but is today. We have to work with solidarity. You know, after the war in my country, we, not the fathers, but we wrote our constitutions. And any time that I am confused, and happen to everybody to have a moment to be confused, I'm coming back to read my constitution. And in my constitution, we have a strong word that say the Republic recognize and guarantee the rights of the people. But the Constitution, the Republic, want the people work together in solidarity. Solidarity is not simply a marginal activity. Solidarity is the glue that is able to keep together the people. And we have such a challenges in front of us that no one in the world can solve the problem alone. We can face and win only together. And this is the sense of working on food. Agri-food means to come back to the roots. And our roots is humanity. We cannot forget it. For this reason, this World Food Forum is so important. Because it's speaking about peace, it's speaking about humanity, it's speaking about the future. The future is not simply the future in a very far away tomorrow. The future is today, and we have a responsibility for today. Thank you so much to be in Rome.
The future is today.
Future is today, and it belongs to each and every one of us, and it belongs to the youth. Thank you. Thank you for those words. Kazuki?
Oh, many thanks. And I'm now honored to introduce His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland, who has overseen the successful modernization of his country's agri-food systems. Mr. President, the stage is yours.
Excellency, Mr. Director General, Excellencies, Madam President, Mr. President, Mr. Professor, all distinguished ministers and representatives of the countries, thank you very much for this invitation and this unique opportunity to be here with you and to talk with you, to deliver a speech and to share our concerns and all the problems we have now in our part of Europe, here in Central Western Europe, but not only in Europe, but also around the world, especially in this very sensitive and important issue as is food security. Ekscelencje, szanowni delegaci, szanowni państwo, bardzo dziękuję za organizację kolejnej już edycji forum poświęconego budowaniu lepszej przyszłości żywnościowej. Cieszę się, że inicjatywa ta wyszła od Komitetu Młodzieży FAO. Dobrze, że młodzi ludzie angażują się na rzecz transformacji systemów żywnościowych, tak by w większym stopniu odpowiadały one na najważniejsze potrzeby ludzkości, dziś poddane tak wielkim próbom, dziś objęte tak wieloma naszymi obawami i troskami, jak przed chwilą wspomniałem. Bez wątpienia tym najistotniejszym elementem tutaj jest bezpieczeństwo żywnościowe i zrównoważony rozwój. Nauka, innowacje, inwestycje są istotne dla wypracowania rozwiązań, które służą człowiekowi, które służą zapewnieniu bezpieczeństwa. Dlatego cieszę się, że w programie forum przewidziano dyskusje na te wszystkie tematy. Liczę, że pomogą one zidentyfikować działania potrzebne do dostosowania systemów żywnościowych do potrzeb zrównoważonego rozwoju i bezpieczeństwa żywnościowego w świecie. Są one niestety w dzisiejszym czasie bardzo poważnie zagrożone. Szczególnie, wprost mówiąc, w efekcie napędzanej imperialistyczną pychą zbrodniczej agresji Rosji przeciwko Ukrainie, która w tak silny sposób dotyka tę część Europy, w której ja żyję wraz ze wszystkimi Polakami, w której żyją narody naszej części Europy, ale dotyka ona również cały świat, wszystkie te kraje, dla których Ukraina była na przestrzeni ostatnich dziesięcioleci tym wielkim spichlerzem żywnościowym, jak bardzo często mówimy. Szanowni Państwo, działania Rosji, jej kolejne zbrodnie i groźby użycia broni nuklearnej przeciwko sąsiadowi nie tylko coraz bardziej izolują Rosję od reszty świata, ale ich negatywne skutki odczuwa nie tylko nasz region, Europa centralna i Europa wschodnia, ale także i Europa zachodnia i cały świat. Rosyjskie działania znacznie spotęgowały narastający na świecie, między innymi w efekcie negatywnego wpływu pandemii COVID-19, kryzys żywnościowy. Rosja uniemożliwiła, a następnie poważnie ograniczyła eksport żywności i produktów rolnych z Ukrainy, która, jak wspomniałem, jest jednym z najważniejszych na świecie producentów żywności i płodów rolnych, która, jak powiedziałem, przez wiele dziesięcioleci uważana była i jest za spichlerz żywnościowy świata. Według Światowego Programu Żywnościowego napaść Rosji na Ukrainę, wspierana także przez reżim białoruski, prowadzi do poważnego zagrożenia bezpieczeństwa żywnościowego nie tylko Ukraińców, ale aż 345 milionów ludzi w 82 krajach. W jej efekcie liczba osób cierpiących chroniczny głód może wzrosnąć nawet o 47 milionów w skali świata. Wbrew rozsiewanej przez Rosję dezinformacji obwiniającej Zachód, to nie sankcje, ale rosyjskie działania przyczyniły się do tak znacznego spadku dostępności i wzrostu cen żywności, nawozów i nośników energii, których Rosja jest ważnym eksporterem. Jako przykład podam Państwu to, co dzieje się w moim kraju i w naszej części Europy. Dokładnie przez Polskę przebiega zbudowany przed prawie 30 laty wielki gazociąg nazywany gazociągiem jamalskim. Tym gazociągiem transportowany był gaz z Rosji do Polski, ale przede wszystkim do Europy Zachodniej, do bardzo wielu krajów Europy Zachodniej. Jest to gazociąg, który przecina Polskę. Polska jest dla tego gazociągu krajem tranzytowym. Ale tak jak powiedziałem, także i my otrzymywaliśmy tą drogą gaz. Kilka miesięcy temu ten gazociąg został przez Rosję niespodziewanie i bez zapowiedzi zamknięty. Dopływ gazu tym gazociągiem został przerwany. Nie dlatego, że został objęty jakimikolwiek sankcjami ze strony państw europejskich czy wspólnoty światowej. Była to decyzja władz rosyjskich, aby ten dopływ gazu do mojego kraju, do Polski, został zatrzymany, przecięty. Decyzja, która w gruncie rzeczy była jednym z elementów wywołujących głęboki kryzys energetyczny w Polsce, wywołujących głęboki kryzys energetyczny także w Europie. Nie było to więc związane absolutnie z żadnymi sankcjami, które zostały wprowadzone na Rosję, czy to przez Polskę, czy przez inne kraje. Była to rosyjska decyzja, której zamiarem było wywołanie zamętu i kryzysu w naszych krajach. Szanowni Państwo, rosyjska agresja przyczyniła się do przewidywanego przez Międzynarodowy Fundusz Walutowy poważnego osłabienia rozwoju, a w przypadku niektórych państw nawet recesji, w tym w krajach rozwijających się Afryki, Azji, Ameryki Łacińskiej, które są na różne sposoby uzależnione od Rosji. Kierowana imperialnymi ambicjami Rosja, podobnie jak wcześniej Związek Sowiecki, starała się w ostatnich latach pogłębiać te zależności, zwłaszcza w wymiarze bezpieczeństwa, na przykład poprzez angażowanie tzw. grupy Wagnera i sprzedaż broni, co napędzało lokalne konflikty i zwiększało zadłużenie. Moskwa dążyła do powiązanej z tą zależnością eksploatacji bogactw naturalnych państw rozwijających się między innymi w Afryce, a także do zapewnienia sobie politycznego poparcia ich przedstawicieli. Ale dziś wygląda to następująco. Otóż, proszę Państwa, mówię to jako sąsiad. Rosja dopuszcza się na Ukrainie wielu zbrodni i naruszeń prawa międzynarodowego. Widziałem efekty tych zbrodni na własne oczy. Widziałem zburzone na Ukrainie domy, widziałem zniszczone ukraińskie miasta, widziałem zabitych ludzi, zwykłych cywilów. Te zbrodnie to nic innego jak głębokie, drastyczne naruszenia prawa karnego, ale przede wszystkim prawa międzynarodowego. One muszą zostać rozliczone. Rosyjska napaść spowodowała trudne do opisania zniszczenia i straty, w tym ludzkie, w tym w infrastrukturze cywilnej, w gospodarce i w środowisku. Powinny one być wyrównane, pokryte z rosyjskich środków. To Rosja powinna zapłacić za odbudowę, to Rosja powinna zapłacić odszkodowania. Rosyjska napaść ma jeszcze jeden negatywny wpływ na nas wszystkich. Nie mam wątpliwości, że agresja Rosji oddala nas także od realizacji celów zrównoważonego rozwoju, w tym tych dotyczących pokoju, sprawiedliwości i silnych instytucji, wzrostu gospodarczego i godnej pracy, a także zmniejszenia nierówności, eliminacji głodu i ubóstwa. Także dlatego trzeba pilnie zabiegać o to, by rosyjska agresja na Ukrainę jak najszybciej została odparta. Na destruktywną aktywność Rosji, tworzenie przez nią kryzysów i uzależnień, Polska odpowiada aktywnością konstruktywną. Aktywnością służącą neutralizacji negatywnych skutków wojny oraz ochronie i solidarności z narażonymi. Liczymy na takie podejście również ze strony innych państw. Wspieramy Ukrainę nie tylko w obronie, ale też w eksporcie jej produkcji rolnej poprzez nasze porty. Według wstępnych danych od początku wojny do Polski trafiło około 1 miliona ton ukraińskiego zboża. Oznacza to co najmniej 4-krotny wzrost wolumenu eksportu ukraińskiego zboża przez 4 główne polskie porty. Ponadto planujemy inwestycje zwiększające możliwości w tym zakresie. Dostarczamy także znaczne ilości żywności na Ukrainę. Wspomagamy ukraińskich uchodźców, których blisko 2 miliony wybrało mój kraj na miejsce swojego bezpiecznego schronienia. A globalnie przez nasz kraj od początku wojny przeszło 7 milionów uchodźców z Ukrainy. Takie notujemy przekroczenie naszej granicy od 24 lutego tego roku, czyli od początku rosyjskiej napaści na Ukrainę. Szanowni Państwo, dzielimy się z naszymi ukraińskimi sąsiadami owocami naszego rozwoju ostatnich 30 lat i na bieżąco płodami naszej produkcji rolnej. Tak jak przed chwilą powiedział pan dyrektor generalny, Polska rzeczywiście na przestrzeni ostatnich 30 lat jest krajem znakomicie rozwijającym się. Krajem, który wyszedł z żelaznej kurtyny, który wyszedł z biedy spowodowanej wielodziesięcioletnim komunizmem i zapaścią gospodarczą nim wywołaną, ale dzięki której niesłychanej pracowitości ludzi dzisiaj jest krajem prawie już dorównującym pod względem zamożności państwom Zachodu. Pod względem rozwoju naszego rolnictwa jesteśmy absolutną czołówką europejską. Dzięki naszej produkcji rolnej mamy w Polsce bezpieczeństwo żywnościowe. To, co w Polsce produkujemy, to, co produkują nasi farmerzy, nie tylko wystarcza na zaspokojenie naszych potrzeb w Polsce, ale jeszcze dzisiaj jest coraz bardziej wzrastającą, bardzo ważną gałęzią naszego eksportu. Eksportujemy naszą żywność na cały świat. To ogromna część, bardzo ważna część dzisiaj naszej gospodarki i naszego PKB. Dla Polski rolnictwo jest niesłychanie ważną częścią przemysłu. Dlatego jestem tutaj i dlatego dzisiaj spotykam się z Państwem, bo zapewnienie bezpieczeństwa żywnościowego jest kwestią fundamentalną. Musimy się dzielić i powinniśmy się dzielić. Wiemy o tym doskonale my, którym przez dziesięciolecia, zwłaszcza w czasie, kiedy znaleźliśmy się w szczególnych szponach Sowietów, w okresie stanu wojennego w Polsce, w latach 80., kiedy nasze społeczeństwo otrzymywało pomoc z wielu stron świata, zwłaszcza my wiemy, jak podzielenie się z innymi jest bardzo ważne. Dlatego dziękuję panu dyrektorowi generalnemu i dziękuję FAO za pracę i za dbałość o bezpieczeństwo żywnościowe na świecie, za zrozumienie potrzeb także innych krajów. My również ze swojej strony staramy się wspierać i staramy się także innych mobilizować do pomocy. Szanowni Państwo, wspieramy szersze wielostronne działania nie tylko Unii Europejskiej. Byliśmy jednym z państw, które doprowadziły do zwołania nadzwyczajnej sesji Rady FAO poświęconej wpływowej agresji Rosji przeciwko Ukrainie na bezpieczeństwo żywnościowe w świecie. Gościliśmy 33. sesję konferencji FAO dla Europy, podczas której wezwano Rosję do wstrzymania ataków. Poparliśmy też porozumienie w sprawie wywozu ukraińskiej produkcji rolnej poprzez porty czarnomorskie. Chcę bardzo mocno podkreślić moją ogromną wdzięczność i uznanie dla sekretarza generalnego Organizacji Narodów Zjednoczonych, pana Antonio Guterresa. Spotykałem się z panem sekretarzem generalnym, kiedy jeździł do Kijowa i do Lwowa po to, by to porozumienie zawrzeć. Gościłem go w Polsce, rozmawiałem z nim i wiem o tym, jak wiele wysiłku i osobistego zaangażowania włożył w to, by to porozumienie osiągnąć. I mam głębokie przekonanie, że tak właśnie powinien działać sekretarz generalny Organizacji Narodów Zjednoczonych z pełnym osobistym zaangażowaniem w to, by zapewnić bezpieczeństwo i pokój na świecie. Bardzo serdecznie panu sekretarzowi generalnemu jeszcze raz z tego miejsca za ten wkład pracy, za ten wysiłek, za to serce włożone w osiągnięcie tego porozumienia i niezwykły kuncz dyplomatyczny w tym bardzo poważnym kryzysie, który dzisiaj dotyka świat. Dziękuję. Oczekujemy od Rosji pełnego poszanowania tego porozumienia. Oczekujemy od Rosji również zgody na jego przedłużenie, dlatego że eksport zboża z Ukrainy i innych płodów rolnych ma dzisiaj fundamentalne znaczenie dla bezpieczeństwa światowego. Szanowni Państwo, podejmujemy szereg innych wysiłków na rzecz poprawy bezpieczeństwa żywnościowego i dostosowania systemów żywnościowych do potrzeb zrównoważonego rozwoju. Rozwijamy eksport wysokiej jakości żywności, produktów rolnych i nawozów. Wspieramy działania zapobiegające niedożywieniu dzieci i młodzieży oraz ograniczające marnotrawstwo żywności, a także dzielimy się wiedzą o naszych innowacyjnych rozwiązaniach w tych sprawach. Rozwijamy także dwustronną współpracę międzynarodową, w tym między innymi z partnerami z Afryki. Cieszę się, że moje niedawne wizyty w Nigerii, w Republice Wybrzeża Kości Słoniowej i w Senegalu mogły się do tego przyczynić. Wierzę w to, że będziemy nadal z powodzeniem rozwijali te dwustronne i wielostronne kontakty z pożytkiem zarówno dla mojego kraju, dla Polski, dla naszej części Europy, ale także dla krajów Afryki i tamtejszych społeczeństw. Zwiększamy nasze wsparcie za pośrednictwem instytucji wielostronnych. Ostatnio przekazaliśmy dodatkowe środki do Światowego Programu Żywnościowego dla wzmocnienia bezpieczeństwa żywnościowego w Afryce. Uzupełnią one nasze wcześniejsze wsparcie dla krajów z Afryki, jak również z Bliskiego Wschodu i z Azji. Szanowni Państwo, na zakończenie chcę podkreślić, że Polska pozostaje zaangażowana w wypracowanie rozwiązań na rzecz bezpieczeństwa żywnościowego i zrównoważonego rozwoju na świecie. Będziemy zabiegać przy tym o wzrost presji na Rosję, by przestała wywoływać globalne zagrożenia, zakończyła agresję i wycofała się z międzynarodowo uznanych terytoriów Ukrainy, by zakończyła ich okupację trwającą od 2014 roku. Mamy nadzieję, że mocne i szerokie zaangażowanie także młodych ludzi w tej sprawie przyczyni się do rychłego zakończenia rosyjskiej agresji, rychłego zakończenia tej wojny i zaprowadzenia z powrotem pokoju w naszej części Europy, który będzie profitem dla całego świata. Liczę jednocześnie na to, że rozmowy podczas tego forum dostarczą inspiracji i energii, które pomogą w pozytywnej transformacji systemów żywnościowych i umocnieniu bezpieczeństwa żywnościowego na świecie. Tego życzę wszystkim Państwu, jeszcze raz dziękując za organizację spotkania i za zaproszenie. Panie Dyrektorze Generalny, dziękuję za zaproszenie, które przyszło oficjalnie do mnie do Polski, ale dziękuję także za ciepłe, osobiste zaproszenie w czasie Zgromadzenia Ogólnego ONZ w Nowym Jorku. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this powerful statement.
And now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, His Excellency José Pedro Castillo Torrones, who is the President of the Republic of Peru. He also has a very good relationship with education that we were talking about. He himself has been an elementary school teacher for quite some time, in addition, of course, to his long-standing political career. Sir, you have the floor.
Señor Director General de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, Dr. Kun Dong-Hyu. Señoras y señores jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, señoras y señores delegados, señoras y señores, permítame iniciar este mensaje expresando nuestro especial reconocimiento a los más de 4.000 millones de personas que tienen la gran responsabilidad de proveer alimentos a los 8.000 millones que habitamos nuestra madre tierra. Precisamente, uno de los principales retos que enfrentamos como sociedad global es la construcción de un sistema agroalimentario sostenible, capaz de garantizar la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición de una población mundial en continuo crecimiento, sin poner en riesgo las bases económicas, sociales y ambientales para las futuras generaciones. Estos esfuerzos no solo deben estar centrados en incrementar la producción, sino en proveer alimentos saludables y de calidad, de manera sostenible, es decir, sin deforestar, sin usar excesivamente el recurso hídrico, sin afectar la biodiversidad. Las crisis recientes, en particular la derivada de la pandemia de la COVID-19, sumada a otros conflictos con impacto internacional, han provocado una escasez de fertilizantes y una inflación de los precios de los alimentos y los combustibles, que entre otros factores han incrementado el hambre y la malnutrición. Así, estas crisis han puesto en evidencia la relevancia de los sistemas agroalimentarios y la importancia de garantizar el funcionamiento de sistemas productivos y de distribución eficientes, justos y equitativos. Señoras y señores, el informe sobre el estado de la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición en el mundo 2022 es claro en señalar que a pesar de los esfuerzos realizados, el mundo no está en vías de cumplir con el segundo objetivo de desarrollo sostenible: poner fin al hambre, lograr la seguridad alimentaria y la mejora de la nutrición y promover la agricultura sostenible. Según el referido informe, en el 2021, alrededor de 2.300 millones de personas en el mundo padecían de inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave. Y prácticamente el 10% de la población mundial sufrió de desnutrición crónica, mientras se desperdician toneladas de alimentos en todo el mundo. Según el informe sobre el estado de la seguridad alimentaria y nutrición en el mundo, en el Perú, la mitad de nuestra población, alrededor de 16 millones de peruanos, están viviendo en inseguridad alimentaria, acompañada de un incremento de la pobreza debido al grave impacto de la pandemia. Años de descuido y de sistemas injustos han permitido que la desnutrición crónica infantil y en áreas rurales en mi país sea 3 veces mayor que en las áreas urbanas. El 70% de distritos del Perú presentan altos niveles de vulnerabilidad y la inseguridad alimentaria, mientras que el 60% de los distritos cuentan con potencial productivo efectivo, medio o alto. El modelo de sistemas alimentarios basados en prácticas intensivas nos hace altamente vulnerable, que conlleva a que los sectores más frágiles sufran más los impactos severos de las crisis. Por ejemplo, la población rural dedicada a la pequeña agricultura, que representa el 84% de los productores en el mundo y producen el 36% de alimentos, a pesar de ser indispensables para nuestra sobrevivencia, solo utiliza el 12% de la tierra agrícola. Conscientes de estas inequidades, nuestro gobierno ha emprendido la segunda reforma agraria, política que busca alcanzar la seguridad agroalimentaria y el desarrollo rural mediante la producción sostenible de la agricultura familiar, especialmente desde los productores en pequeña escala, que representan el 88% de las unidades agropecuarias en nuestro país. Los ejes prioritarios en los que venimos trabajando incluyen, entre otros, la promoción del cooperativismo, con miras a incrementar la producción, la productividad e inserción a mercados, en mejoramiento y ampliación de la infraestructura hidráulica, incluyendo conocimientos ancestrales como la siembra y cosecha de agua, el fortalecimiento de los programas de asistencia técnica y capacitación, la industrialización rural mediante la integración vertical y la mejora del acceso a financiamiento y a los mercados de la pequeña agricultura, así como el repoblamiento ganadero, mejorando pastos y genética. La segunda reforma agraria impulsa también inversiones dirigidas a los jóvenes, a las mujeres, a las comunidades y a los pueblos originarios que por demasiado tiempo han permanecido excluidos de los beneficios del desarrollo. Paralelamente, venimos reforzando los programas sociales para brindar apoyo económico directo a las familias con mayores necesidades. Estamos fortaleciendo a las organizaciones de base como las ollas comunes y otras iniciativas vecinales autogestionarias de apoyo o atención alimentaria. A través del Programa Nacional de Alimentación Escolar Cali-Huarma, más de 4 millones de estudiantes en escuelas de todo el país son atendidos mediante los comités de alimentación escolar, que en el último año recibieron cerca de 27,000 toneladas de alimentos. También se han reactivado los centros infantiles de atención integral del programa Cuna Más para atender a niños menores de 36 meses. Esas son algunas políticas que venimos implementando desde el Estado peruano. Sin embargo, somos conscientes también que la transformación que necesitamos requiere de la colaboración y la participación de todas las partes interesadas vinculadas al sistema agroalimentario. En esa medida, el sistema privado es un socio estratégico en esta tarea a través del financiamiento y el impulso de la innovación. Como sociedad, es necesario comprender que la humanidad ha evolucionado a tal punto que es intolerable que existan comunidades que todavía sufran hambre. Es necesario comprender que la equidad en la distribución de los beneficios, incluidos los alimentos, es indispensable para un desarrollo sostenible, con estabilidad y paz social en todo el planeta. Tenemos la convicción que juntos podemos lograr el desarrollo rural y una seguridad alimentaria que garantice un futuro digno y sano para todos. Muchas gracias.
We would like to thank His Excellency for joining us live from Peru. Thank you very much, President, for taking the time to join us.
It is really amazing just how many people are coming together to help create a better food future through the World Food Forum. And with this, I have the honor to introduce yet another special guest, His Excellency Carlos Manuel Villanova, President of São Tomé and Príncipe. In the past, he has also been the Minister of Public Works and Natural Resources and Minister of Infrastructure, Natural Resources and the Environment. So, Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Honorable heads of states and dignitaries, Director General FAO, honorable ambassadors, development partners, and guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to participate in this World Food Forum. São Tomé e Príncipe brings a special voice to this event. As a small island developing state, we face complex, unique, and intertwined challenges in reaching the international targets, ranking from high vulnerability to climate change, natural disasters, and external economic shocks. Due to our small geographic size and small economies, what were once one-off events with contained impacts are now having significant systemic implications across sectors and countries with lasting macroeconomic impacts. Such a challenging trajectory for seeds is set to continue in the years to come as climate change is making these disasters more frequent and intense. Losses from these shocks are not only severely threatening an achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, but represent an existential threat for many seeds. According to the OECD, seeds make up 2/3 of countries that suffer the highest relative losses, between 1% and 9% of their GDP each year, from natural disasters. Having said that, I do believe we have reason more than enough to seek the acceleration of our agri-food systems transformation to increase their resilience to climate change and to shocks like COVID-19. Agricultural activity still labor intensive in São Tomé e Príncipe. Therefore, the resilience of human capital, as one of the main inputs in the transformation of the agri-food system, requires a very large number of people fully vaccinated against COVID-19 as precondition not only to save lives, but also to save the livelihoods of families that depend on it. Without the necessary else, I do believe it will be more difficult to increase the supply of essential products and guarantee food security. My country has been for many years dedicated to the monoculture of conventional cocoa, which, in addition to being based on chemical fertilizers, occupies until today a large area of agricultural fields, leaving it more vulnerable to pests since plants of the same species can more easily infect one another. For some time now, we have been dedicating to the cultivation of organic cocoa, not only because it brings higher price quality to our exports and therefore greater income earners for family whose livelihoods depends on it, but also because they are more environmentally friendly as they are free from pesticides and fertilizer harmful to the environment. We do believe that these measures meet the transformation process that is indeed for greater resilience and adaptation of income sources to climate change. Based on this successful experience, my country is pursuing the goal of being 100% organic in the few coming years, and for that we want to continue to rely on our development partners, as this will only be possible through investment, both public and private. In the process of transformation or adaptation to climate change, we also intend to evolve towards the gradual redimensioning of the vast lands dedicated to cocoa monoculture, in favor of the introduction of other agri-food crops to increase the biodiversity of the fields and contribute to the mitigation of soil degradation. While resilience is a wish, the severe and increasingly frequent impacts on climate change have been for many years a reality. Therefore, there is a need to accelerate the transformation process to increase the resilience of agri-food systems to climate change, of which I also believe will come faster not only with the elimination of any barriers of the importation of technology, but mainly through patent sharing of technologies and more innovative and friendly environment means of agri-food production. By embracing these agri-food processing systems, I do believe we will guarantee food security, benefit households as incoming earners, adapt and become more resilient to climate change. In this sense, I would like to appeal for the strengthening of the global partnership between FAO and multilateral institutions such as the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and the World Trade Organization. I understand that global cooperation is one of the key conditions to increase the resilience of the agri-food systems in seeds countries to climate change and pandemic shocks such as COVID-19. This global partnership must be fundamentally based on the continued sharing of more vaccines to seeds countries, introducing more alternative channels for importing agricultural inputs to make import prices competitive and resilient to supply shocks. Elimination of trade barriers for the importation of any type of inputs, whether for treatment and diagnostic means for COVID-19 or for agri-food system transformation. São Tomé e Príncipe, as a nation with a maritime territory 160 times larger than the land surface, certainly has great potential in guaranteeing food security in harmony combination with green economy. For small island states, as in the case of São Tomé e Príncipe, we have to recognize that the ocean undoubtedly has great potential in the livelihoods of the most disadvantaged populations and in the economy and social development of the country. With regard to sustainable development goals directly, the potential GDP of the blue economy can provide us with resources that will facilitate the eradication of poverty, the elimination of hunger, the promotion of good health and well-being, and education of quality that naturally which would lead us to gender equality. All that together can be achieved in a sustainable manner if we not focus only on what the oceans can offer to us, but also on what we can provide to oceans to guarantee the protection of marine ecosystem. Therefore, we must make sure that investments in our country, wherever possible, guarantees a sustainable blue and green economy, not only that aims at the maximum exploitation of resources, but one that aims to satisfy internal and external demand up to a potential level that does not impose the deterioration of marine ecosystems. Tomorrow, São Tomé e Príncipe will be presenting several such opportunities for investments in the blue economy at the End-in-End Investment Forum. Therefore, I hope you share in my conviction that when discussing important investments this week for São Tomé and Príncipe and other participating countries, sustainable growth should not be limited only to that which has a lasting character. It must also be the one with the lowest cost to the environment, sufficiently inclusive and comprehensive. I thank all of you and wish also a productive week of discussions. Thank you.
Sincere thank you, Mr. President, for your statement. And transforming our food systems is truly a collaborative movement that we require for the future.
Most definitely, and we heard His Excellency speak of gender equality. Our next guest, it is a great honor, Her Excellency Xiomara Castro, President of the Republic of Honduras. She is currently undertaking efforts to reinvigorate Honduras's focus, agriculture and farming, protecting the environment, and designing agricultural policies that give opportunities to farmers, women, and youth. Thank you very much. We have great pleasure to welcome you to the stage.
Buenas tardes, distinguido director general de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, FAO, señor Cuyón, distinguidos jefes de Estado, representantes y delegados presentes, invitados especiales, señoras y señores. Honorables representantes de los países del mundo, me presento a este foro para hablar con sinceridad, sin reservas y apegada a la verdad sobre el flagelo del hambre, sus raíces verdaderas y el camino único para emprender y terminar con esta desgracia constituida en la principal pandemia que agobia y destruye a nuestros pueblos. Comparezco ante este foro como primera mujer presidenta de Honduras, comprometida en superar la alta vulnerabilidad ambiental y estructural de un país endeudado, saqueado y empobrecido, producto de un cruento golpe de Estado, 2 sangrientos fraudes electorales y una historia de sangre y abuso que llevó al dictador del régimen anterior a ser extraditado por narcotráfico. Todos estos eventos condujeron al país al 74% de pobreza, grandes caravanas de migrantes ante la vista y paciencia de la comunidad internacional. Todos deberíamos de llegar a este espacio de la FAO con el ánimo de reconocer que la pobreza y el hambre tiene responsables y culpables de esas injusticias que produce el actual sistema del mundo. Mientras estamos en este foro, lamentablemente, según estadísticas, por cada 4 segundos, está en riesgo de morir una persona de hambre en el mundo. Y en este 2022, 6 millones de nuestros niños y niñas están en riesgo también de morir, y de los cuales 3 millones mueren antes de cumplir los 5 años. En este mismo momento, miles de millones de dólares en armas son enviados a todos los rincones del planeta por conflictos que solo sirven para ensanchar los bolsillos de los señores de la guerra e intensifican el suplicio de los desamparados y empobrecidos. Hay mucha hipocresía en este mundo cuando pretendemos que la pobreza y el hambre no tienen nada que ver con la violencia demencial del complejo industrial, militar, financiero del primer mundo, a quienes no les interesa la paz. El actual orden mundial es el principal responsable de esta tragedia humana. Y los poderosos grupos financieros del capital transnacional, con su modelo extractivista y de privatizaciones, con sus actividades mercantiles, obtienen las más grandes ganancias. Cuando en un sistema reina la codicia, el cinismo y la ambición desmedida, las víctimas son los pobres y el sistema se convierte en un asesino en serie. Ese es el marco real de nuestro mundo. El escenario en el que ninguno de los actos internacionales hasta la fecha pueden redimir la silenciosa complicidad con este modelo depredador y destructor del ser humano y del medio ambiente. El hambre, en consecuencia, es el resultado de la infinita avaricia del capital y de su modelo cargado de monopolios, concesiones y otros negocios que son tan o más peligrosos para la humanidad que los terremotos o catástrofes naturales. Las sociedades ricas que consumen como si cada día vivieran su última voluntad, exigen que los demás, con mansedumbre, subsidiemos sus excesos sin importar que aumenten nuestras propias carencias. La globalización no erradicó la marginalidad. ni tampoco erradicó el hambre ni la pobreza. Hoy somos más dependientes y las políticas de acumulación solo logran que los ricos sean más ricos y los pobres más pobres. Las fuentes de empleo han disminuido dramáticamente. La tragedia de la migración aumenta cada día y las asimetrías entre nuestras economías han resultado en una enorme desgracia para la clase trabajadora. Muchos tratados deshumanizados se han convertido en camisas de fuerza y freno para nuestras posibilidades de desarrollo material. El actual orden mundial es injusto para nuestras naciones. Los tratados de libre comercio, las recetas monetarias y la especulación financiera solo salvaguardan el capital y ponen en alto riesgo la democracia, sin importar la vida y la naturaleza, especialmente en nuestro continente, que es el más desigual del mundo. El sistema alternativo o es humano y justo, o los días de nuestra especie están contados. En Honduras, cada año enfrentamos sequías e inundaciones. Sequías e inundaciones que empobrecen y acaban con la producción. Sin embargo, ni una milésima parte de la emisión de gases efecto invernadero que se producen en los países industrializados es nuestra responsabilidad. Es momento de pensar en una actitud más racional para defender la vida, la naturaleza y el uso de los recursos que de ella provienen. Con el gran sacrificio en nuestro gobierno, hemos creado programas masivos de protección, cuidado y reforestación. Estamos asistiendo a miles y miles de productores, campesinos y campesinas con un bono tecnológico que consiste en donar semillas, fertilizantes, insumos y capacitación para el manejo de los cultivos. Iniciamos con maíz y frijoles, luego arroz y sorgo, siguió café y ganadería, subsidios a la energía, combustible, créditos agrícolas a bajas tasas de interés. La creación de la red solidaria es una respuesta a la extrema pobreza. Cambiar la matriz de alimentos de un modelo netamente importador a un modelo autosostenible y autosustentable, ese es el gran reto y el gran desafío de mi gobierno. Como presidenta de Honduras, estoy comprometida a fortalecer la lucha por la seguridad alimentaria, la lucha por la nutrición de nuestro pueblo, la lucha contra la corrupción y contra la impunidad. Porque la política debe ser el mecanismo que garantice la satisfacción de las necesidades espirituales y materiales de la existencia de las personas, no la privación de las mismas. No podemos salir de aquí FAO, sin un plan para erradicar el hambre y salvar a los niños y niñas que se denuncian morirán este año por una injusta falta de alimentación. El orden impuesto por el capital transnacional es absurdo y es mortal, especialmente contra la naturaleza y la especie humana. Mi voz debe de ser escuchada. Este foro debe de ofrecer soluciones integrales a corto y mediano plazo. El Fondo Monetario Internacional debe de aumentar al menos en un 100% el monto de los derechos especiales de giro para invertirlos directamente en la tierra, en el agua y en la semilla. El sistema financiero mundial debe orientar sus créditos a la agricultura, a la ganadería, a todas las actividades productoras de alimento, así como el salvamento del medio ambiente y del planeta. Revisemos los tratados de libre comercio para adecuarlos a la realidad de cada uno de los países que viven hoy y poder así garantizar los alimentos y la vida. Es el momento que junto a los entes internacionales de crédito pasemos de ser simples espectadores y testigos pasivos del sacrificio de nuestros pueblos. Al aumento de nuestra producción y emancipación, llegó la hora de debatir soberanamente sobre la forma en la que queremos ser parte de un nuevo orden mundial, descolonizador, multipolar, antirracista, antifascista, antipatriarcal, feminista y profundamente humano. Despertemos, despertemos humanidad, ya no hay tiempo. Palabras que inmortalizan a la ambientalista hondureña asesinada en el régimen anterior, Berta Cáceres. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Madam President. Your commitment to food security, sustainable and healthy food for all, and your vision for what the world needs now is essential to this forum.
That's absolutely true. And before we introduce our next speaker, we need to excuse His Excellency President Duda as he has another engagement. Thank you very much, Mr. President, again for your powerful statement. And with this, we come
to a little pause.
A little pause.
Take a deep breath, have a glass of water, and we'll be right with you.
Buenas tardes. En nombre de la República de Panamá,
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, Director Generals. So now we would like to introduce our next speaker, who is sending us a video message, as you've already seen the first few bars of that. It is His Excellency Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, who is the President of the Republic of Panama. Among a number of his works, he is actually joining efforts with FAO to create infrastructure and streamline food distribution, which we all know is crucial and critical at this time. He's working on logistics with FAO in the Latin American and Caribbean region. Now we will see the message from his president.
Buenas tardes. En nombre de la República de Panamá, agradezco a los organizadores del Foro Alimentario Mundial la invitación para participar en este espacio de discusión importante para el futuro de la humanidad. Aprovecho la ocasión para agradecer a los organismos de cooperación internacional por su contribución a los avances logrados en nuestro país en el fortalecimiento de las bases de la producción de alimentos. Para todos los países es impostergable la tarea de crear sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, incluyentes, resilientes y sostenibles. Ello implica transformaciones que logren mejoras sustanciales en la producción de alimentos, la agrotecnología y en la nutrición saludable mientras cuidamos el medio ambiente. Solo así podremos impactar de manera real sobre la vida de las personas, combatiendo el hambre, la desnutrición, malnutrición y poder cumplir el gran compromiso que tenemos con la Agenda 2030 para el desarrollo sostenible. En nuestra América Latina, la mayor exportadora neta de productos agrícolas básicos, se espera que para el año 2031 aumente aún más el superávit comercial en los rubros agroalimentarios. En ese sentido, Panamá, país con la mejor conectividad marítima y aérea de América Latina y el Caribe, seguirá desempeñando un importante rol facilitando la conexión de los exportadores latinoamericanos con los puertos de Asia y actuando como centro regional para el acopio y distribución de productos agrícolas. La ventaja de la conectividad que ofrece nuestra privilegiada posición geográfica quedó demostrada durante la crisis de la pandemia, cuando el país funcionó como eje esencial para la asistencia humanitaria de alimentos, medicamentos, equipo médico y tecnología. En ello juega un papel fundamental el Canal de Panamá, que conecta las rutas comerciales claves entre las Américas y el resto del mundo. Señoras y señores, Panamá ha logrado estructurar en los últimos años un conjunto de políticas y programas orientados a fortalecer la agricultura familiar y su producción, especialmente entre la población más vulnerable. Nuestra política agroalimentaria de Estado está orientada, entre otras áreas, a fortalecer y garantizar la agricultura de pequeña escala que produce la mayor cantidad de alimentos para el consumo nacional, lo que la convierte en factor clave para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional del país. El propósito de ese esfuerzo es lograr la producción de alimentos sanos, nutritivos e inocuos, que además de contribuir con una vida saludable, también aporten al ingreso familiar y al incremento de la oferta de productos alimenticios en los mercados locales y nacionales. Nuestro compromiso con la población nacional y global es desarrollar un sector agroambiental resiliente, participativo, competitivo, que mejore la forma de vida de los agricultores y que favorezca el tránsito global de los productos agroalimentarios. Igualmente, debemos adoptar e implementar acciones que estimulen en los jóvenes conciencia colectiva acerca de la importancia de la producción sostenible, competitiva e incluyente, así como el consumo responsable que beneficie la vida y el futuro del planeta. Panamá apoya firmemente los esfuerzos de los organismos internacionales en favor de una transformación global de los sistemas agroalimentarios. Y somos optimistas acerca de los resultados de este importante foro internacional. Muchas gracias.
We thank the President of Panama for his message and for his dedication not only to the forum, but also to working with FAO on the ground.
And it is now my great pleasure to introduce another esteemed speaker, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. She is a strong ally and advocate for achieving food security and encouraging collaboration amongst countries, amongst regions, in areas such as education, biotechnology, green technology, and Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chair, honorable heads of state and governments and dignitaries, Director General FAO, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to you all. I am pleased to attend virtually the inaugural session of the World Food Forum 2022 organized by FAO. I thank the Director General of FAO for inviting me to this important forum. The forum is taking place at a time when the global food system is reeling from the Russia-Ukraine war, sanctions and counter-sanctions, the COVID-19 pandemic, and natural calamities. I hope it will foster dialogue among key stakeholders to advance important solutions for agri-food system transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, estimates indicate more than 800 million people, or 10% of the world's population, regularly go to bed hungry. Things have now become worse with the Ukraine war and subsequent sanctions and counter-sanctions, which have disrupted global food supplies and raised the cost of food. This deprivation is most unfortunate in our world of abundant resources, which is boosted by remarkable contributions of science and technology. In real sense, there is no dearth of food in our planet. The scarcity is simply man-made. Politics and business interest with food, challenges of climate change, the pest and disease attacks are all putting pressure on our agri-food systems. If, on the other hand, a fraction of money invested on manufacturing weapons was spent on food production and distribution, no one would go hungry in this world. Therefore, I plead to the international community to stop war, stop politics with food, and stop wastage of food. Instead, please ensure food supply to areas of food shortage and famine. As human beings, we must believe that everyone has a right to survive with food and have a decent life. Dear participants, Bangladesh was born in 1971 out of a blood-soaked war and found itself in the midst of huge food shortage. The father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who led the impoverished Bengali people to the war of liberation, saw the catastrophe facing the new nation and immediately concentrated on increasing food production. Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib also led Bangladesh in 1973 to join FAO as he understood how important this international UN agency was to the newly born nation. Among his foremost initiative was to call for a green revolution for the economic emancipation of farmers and the working class. To realize it, he allocated a fifth of the development budget for agriculture, 5% of the development budget for agricultural development. He established a host of institutions, including the Bangladesh Agriculture Research Council, Bangladesh Agriculture Development Corporation, and the Bangladesh Krishi Bank for the development of agriculture. Tragically, on the 15th August 1975, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib, the then president of Bangladesh, was assassinated with most of members of my family. With his demise, the agricultural programs and all other development initiatives came to a halt. Thereafter, a couple of decades followed without any progress. Then, after 21 years of struggle for democracy and people's rights, in June 1996, I was elected to form a democratic, secular government. Immediately, I began where my father left off, reviving his short, medium, and long-term plans to Bangladesh's overall development, and particularly agriculture, as food self-sufficiency came first before all other necessities. When I assumed office, there was 4 billion metric tons of rice shortage. And when I left office at the end of my 5 years first tenure, there was in surplus of 2.6 million metric tons of rice. In my present tenure, we have again made remarkable progress in rice production. Total rice production was increased to 38 million metric tons last year from 28.9 million metric tons in 2008. It was possible due to our pragmatic policies, robust incentives, and importantly, our hard-working farmers. Our policies, including mechanization and new technologies for increasing food production, giving agricultural appliances to farmers at subsidized rate up to 50 to 70%. Thereby, from 2010 to 2021, more than 71,000 agricultural machineries were provided to them. We made further provision for 51,000 more by 2025. Agriculture inputs, assistance cards were given to 20 million farmers with individual bank account. These cardholders are given loans directly in their bank accounts for crop production and subsidy for agricultural inputs. Also, our central bank adopted an agricultural and rural credit policy for investment in agriculture. Thus, in the period 2020 to 2021, over $2 billion loan was provided to 2.25 million small and marginal farmers. In addition, 499 agricultural information and communication centers have been established countrywide to meet immediate needs of the farmers. Also, arrangement has been made to make available agriculture-related information through mobile and web-based applications. In fact, a web-based Krishi Batar has been developed to make agricultural information and services easily available to the farmers. Despite it all, Bangladesh's agriculture sector is challenged by climate change and natural calamities. Bangladesh, after all, is one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world. and climate change is a major threat to sustainable agriculture. Yet, Bangladesh and her resilient people have continued to move ahead tirelessly to attain self-sufficiency in all spheres of life. Along with agriculture products, Bangladesh have also succeeded in increasing production of vegetables, fish, and other agro-based products, most of which are exported. In fact, in the world, Bangladesh is today ranked second in jute and freshwater fish production, third in rice and vegetables, fourth in tea production, and first among 11 Hilsha fish producing countries. Notably, Bangladesh is now an attractive destination for foreign direct investment. Our policies are liberal and laws conducive to investment. This includes fiscal policies related to FDI, tax benefits, incentives for exports, and other inputs as technology and competitive labor. Bangladesh has good potentials for agro-processing industries. I would especially like to invite foreign investors to invest in this agro sector. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh will be one of the 20 countries showcasing at tomorrow's investment forum. We shall present attractive investment opportunities in key areas, including value chains for Bangladesh. We shall also focus on growth potential for our agriculture sector and highlight our business opportunities. I would like to put emphasis on the fact that FAO has been supporting Bangladesh to graduate from a food deficit to a food sufficient country. I would like to thank FAO for its continuous support. I hope FAO will continue to do so, especially in the areas of agri-food system transformation, nutrition, and livelihood of smallholder farmers. I would like to conclude by a quote from the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who in his maiden address at the 1974 UNGA session said, quote, "Let us together create a world that can eradicate poverty, hunger, war, and human sufferings and achieve global peace and security for the well-being of humanity," unquote. I also desire such a world free from hunger and poverty. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your words, for your knowledge sharing, also for your lessons learned, which will surely stay with each and every one of us throughout this forum. Thank you very much.
And now you see there is a bit of a change on the stage. We are coming to the second part of this opening ceremony with the signature cultural activities that are also really useful and really important to sense making, to talking about food, to talking about the future of our agri-food systems through the universal language of music and the universal language of cultural expression. And for that, we have a series of young artists that are going to support us during these, the second part of this opening ceremony. And for this, we also welcome everybody who does not have the small badge for the opening ceremony in the plenary to join us here in the main plenary room. So if you are somewhere in the building, in the FAO building, and you would like to join us here, enjoy the music, and of course, enjoy 3 essential and excellent panels that are going to come up, please join us here on the third floor in the A building. And I think we are getting towards,
Yes.
you're ready, so...
So with this slight change of pace, I would like to introduce now this lovely violinist who is also a climate activist. So Miss Leah Bruckner. And if I can take just a few moments to give a little bit of your background. So Leah is a Czech-German violinist. She's also a master's student at the Folkwang University of Arts. And she has done a recent project which is called Music for Our Planet. And also a song, a charity song, so pro bono for free, called Feel Like Home. And that was written for the Nature and Biodiversity Conservation, if that's correct. Yes, and it was released on Earth Day 2022, which would mean this year, I think. So you are also, Leah, an advocate of gender equality, amongst other things. And so now we're going to take our bid you adieu and leave the floor to you.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I feel very honored to be invited to this year's World Food Forum. Behind my name on the program, as was just said, is written violinist/climate activist. I want to correct this word. I'm not a climate activist. I'm an artist who is taking serious what the scientists are saying since the first climate conference in 1979. I'm simply not a science denier. Since I got the invitation, I was thinking what I should say here. There's nothing about climate change or sustainability I could tell you that you don't know already. Wherever I go, I don't see the changes happening that would be necessary. We are meeting here all to tackle the world problems of food and agriculture. Today I entered to the canteen here in the FAO building. And even here, I found the same conditions like everywhere. We were eating malone from a plastic cup, not vegan and not biological made yogurt, a sandwich packed in plastic and water in an aluminium can. Everybody of us can make a difference in this world. Some of us, just a little one, and some of us, a huge one. But what we all have in common here in this hall today, our voices really matters, so we should use it to create a better future. Thank you.
Fantastic performance, and music is truly the universal language which I think everybody understands. And thank you as well for being with us. Both of you, I think, are here with us for several days, so if somebody wants to engage with the two artists that are now on stage, or any of the other artists, or of course the hundreds of youth that are with us this week, please do. I really encourage that. It is important that we start this intergenerational dialogue at this forum.
I couldn't agree more. You've taken us down a beautiful ride with Vivaldi and others, and I look forward to listening to your own pieces, Leah, and thank you for being with us. It is a really powerful note, if I can use the word, to end this particular portion. Thank you very much, the both of you, for being with us. Thank you. So as we said in the beginning, this forum is made of 3 other fora. And so today we have 3 panel discussions for you. The first one starts with the hand-in-hand panel. It's part of the investment forum, and it seeks really, as we all do, to eliminate rural poverty and hunger. So over the course of this week, you're going to be running into and having encounters with ministers from 20 different countries who are part of this particular forum. So without further ado, once the chairs are set up and we are all set to go, we'll start with the panel.
Yes, actually, there will be really a lot of interesting interventions as well from multilateral development banks, national, global, agri-food private firms, institutional investors, and this all is going to be moderated by Mr. Maximo Torero-Cullen, the FAO chief economist. And Maximo, I just hand over the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all, and thank you all for being here. What an amazing presentation by these musicians. And what an amazing day. So good afternoon to you all, and I am happy that now we are having more youth coming into the room. So it's a pleasure to have you all here, excellencies and colleagues. So we have heard that we are facing significant challenges. We have 828 million people facing chronic undernourishment and 3.1 billion people that cannot have access to healthy diets. And in a situation where, because of what we are facing today, because of the war in Ukraine, and all the conflicts and climate change, and also slowdowns and downturns, we have seen a huge exacerbation of prices. and seeing that in March our FAO food price index was at its highest level. So clearly we need to find ways to increase our resilience to shocks, our resilience to slowdowns, to conflict, our resilience to climate change. And this is what we aim with the Hand in Hand. The Hand in Hand initiative that was led by the Director General is trying to bring up how we can transform and start the process of agri-food system transformation in the most vulnerable countries. It's the most difficult countries that we are working and trying to find through territorial approaches and through technology, geospatial platform of information, how we can prioritize these activities. So today I'm very happy to have an amazing panel that will help us to understand how important is investment for resilience. Let me first start with a virtual presentation live by the President of Guyana, His Excellency Mohamed Irfain Ali, President of the Republic of Guyana. Excellency, you're welcome, please.
Thank you very much. I welcome the opportunity to participate in the panel discussion on the Hand-in-Hand Investment Forum. My country, Guyana, along with Suriname, are low-lying coastal states and are part of the Caribbean community, which comprises a majority of small island developing states. Small island developing states and low-lying coastal states face peculiar and inherent challenges to their food security. These challenges relate to their smallness of land resources, the resulting diseconomies of scale, their remoteness from larger markets, susceptibility to external shocks and market vulnerabilities, narrow revenue base, fragile ecosystems, and their vulnerability to climate risk. These climate-related risks include flooding, overtopping of sea defenses, swelling of rivers, following extreme precipitation, drought, erosion, and natural disasters such as landslides and hurricanes. Rising sea levels result in the overtopping of sea defenses and intrusion of salt water into farmlands and irrigation sources. Extreme weather events, including droughts and floods, disrupt food systems and cause destruction to crops and agricultural infrastructure. Critical resources needed to support production often have to be diverted towards climate adaptation. In the face of these challenges, financing for food security, therefore, cannot be delinked from climate financing. Investment in climate financing rebounds to the benefit of a more resilient agricultural sector. Climate adaptation financing is absolutely essential and foundational for establishing climate-resilient agricultural sectors in small island developing and low-lying coastal states. Without climate adaptation, the agricultural sectors of SIDS and low-lying coastal states will be continuously prone to climate risk. At COP26, certain pledges were made to boost adaptation financing, but as I have alluded to elsewhere, the level of financing promised by the developed countries will be inadequate to close the adaptation gap. And without climate financing, the agricultural sectors of SIDS and low-lying coastal states will be challenged to attract investment for production and productivity. An increase in climate finance by at least 590% is needed. Adaptation finance remains far below the scale necessary to respond to existing and future climate change. UNEP's Adaptation Gap Report, UNEP 2021, estimated annual adaptation costs in developing economies will be between US 155 and 330 billion by 2030. The public sector continues to provide almost all adaptation financing, with adaptation increasingly being prioritized in development financing, climate portfolios. Yet, adaptation finance represents just 14% of total public finance. In Latin America and the Caribbean regions, adaptation finance totaled 4.6 billion in 2019-2020, of which 300 million was from domestic sources. According to CPI findings, in 2019 and 2020, debt dominated the climate finance landscape. The majority of climate finance, 61%, was raised as debt, of which 12% was low-cost or concessional debt. Equity investments, the next largest instrument category after debt, came to 33% of total climate finance, up from 29% during the previous year. Grant finance was US $36 billion, or a meager 6% of total flows, compared to 5% in 2017 and 2018. In the case of small island developing states, SIDS, close to half of the limited bilateral finance provided was in the form of loans. Given the scale of climate financing needs and current trends, it is anticipated that the large-scale transfers to match those needs will continue to be raised through debt rather than through grants. For SIDS, and particularly for CARICOM, the trend is of particular concern given the worsening debt situation that many faces and that have been compounded as a result of COVID-19, global inflation, rising fuel prices, and the current Russian-Ukraine war that is crowding out climate finance-related issues. In addition, SIDS bear the added concern of being able to access climate financing made available to them through the UNFCCC financial mechanism, which is largely delivered in the form of grants and concessional loans in a timely manner. Investment is critical to the transformation of food systems. Investment is needed in all stages of the food system, from adaptation to research and development, production to cultivation, to food processing, marketing, distribution and trade, research, every single aspect. Investment can help SIDS to reduce their vulnerabilities and to diversify production. It is needed to expand and modernize agriculture and foster climate-smart innovations and climate-resilient agriculture. Investment is needed to transition production higher up the value chain through food processing. Investment is needed in developing human resources, particularly in making agriculture more attractive to young people. But foremost, SIDS and low-lying coastal states require substantial injection of resources for climate adaptation so as to ensure a more resilient sector. Without this investment, food security will remain imperiled in SIDS and low-lying coastal states. I therefore welcome the hand-in-hand initiative launched by the FAO. It is an important platform to help countries source and attract resources for greater food security. Its timing is favorable as the world faces one of its gravest food crises. However, as I've alluded to, SIDS and low-lying coastal states have peculiar and special needs, especially in relation to climate financing and the interlocking food security challenges. SIDS and low-lying coastal states need climate adaptation financing on soft terms, more grants, concessionary interest rates, and long-term repayment periods. It is my hope, therefore, that the FAO can conceptualize and facilitate the establishment of a special adaptation fund for SIDS and low-lying coastal states, disbursed on the basis of vulnerability index rather than on the traditional measures relating to gross domestic product. I've also called for a climate vulnerability fund. These will help unlock much needed and specially tailored resources for SIDS and low-lying coastal states to help boost their food security. Climate change is too critically interlinked with food production. Climate change is too critically interlinked with the sustainability of the food production system and agriculture as a whole. So my dear friends, excellencies, I thank you and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President of Guyana. And clearly, we need a transformation of the agri-food systems. Clearly, we need to take into account vulnerabilities. Seeds are central to climate change and vulnerability, and we need to find solutions to be able to get the investment that we need for a transformation. Right now, we need 8% of all the value produced in the sector to be able to start this process of transformation. With that, let me invite my panelists. First, let me invite Excellency, Honorary Excellency Mariam Bent Mohammed Sid Harep Al-Maheri. Please, if you can approach to the panel. Minister of Climate Change and Environment. Let me also invite Her Excellency Anxious Young Masuka, Minister of Lands, Agricultural Fisheries, Water and Rural Resettlement in Zimbabwe. And virtually, let me invite Christian Asinelli, Corporate Vice President of CAF, if he can be loaded, please, virtually. And finally, let me invite Roberto Acevedo, Executive Vice President, Chief Corporate Affairs, Offices of PepsiCo. So, dear colleagues, thank you so much for joining us in this panel. And what we will do is 2 rounds, one of 5 minutes, where you will raise the issue that we explained you before, and then we will have a follow-up round of 2 minutes each. So let me start with Miriam. Miriam, thank you so much for joining us today. And what we want to hear from you is how we can handle this enormous trade-off that we see in climate change and environment, because we know the agri-food systems is interlinked. And clearly, climate and agriculture and agri-food systems are interlinked, not only because agriculture will be vulnerable, but also agriculture is one of the greatest emitters of methane, especially. So Miriam, please tell us how we can handle this situation.
Thank you so much. First of all, it's lovely being here, and it's so great to see some of the young faces. I was particularly inspired, by the way, when I came in and 2 young ladies approached me. They know who they are. Just to hear their voices and see that they're here today really speaks for itself. Now, you know, we're very blessed in the UAE that we have the leadership who understand how important food systems transformation is. We've been on a pathway to transition our food systems already for many years, looking at partnerships. For example, we spearhead with the United States Aim for Climate, Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate, and this is all about getting countries to commit to spending money in their own countries in the next 5 years to really transform their food systems into more climate resilient systems. We're also, of course, with the Hand in Hand initiative, we are with Zimbabwe and the FAO working together, and this is in particular for women and youth, trying to support them to also transform to more sustainable food systems. So partnerships is key. Innovation and technology is another area, and we're very proud in the UAE. We have also a lot of young people in the UAE, and we've set up something called the UAE Youth Food Security Stations, and here we're trying to sort of build capacities of the young people, teaching them how to do beekeeping, agriculture, aquaculture, and really linking technology with their love for food in the cities. We're doing a step further. We're connecting them as well with companies as well so they can take the next level. So partnerships is important, science and innovation. And your motto here today is exactly what this is about. Youth is the center and key. We need to leverage and we need to give you the skills so that you can design your future. And by the way, I just want to add something. If you look around, I'm very proud of my delegation who's here. I have young people always with me, young men and women, because it is their futures that we're designing.
Thank you very much, Mariam. So clearly, we got it, and we want the youth to help us in this transformation process. But we also need to see how we can work with the countries. And Minister of Zimbabwe, what are you doing in your country? What are the challenges? Zimbabwe is going through a huge transformation. So what are the challenges to achieve this enormous goal of agri-food system transformation?
Oh, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here to represent my country, Zimbabwe, and I have also a delegation from Zimbabwe. I think the context is important, that I think there's a total agreement that we are at a confluence of crisis, and there is no prediction of the timetable to exit this crisis. So as a country, we've said we need to craft a strategy, the agriculture and food systems transformation strategy, that will allow us to localize value chains, to look at value addition and beneficiation, to eliminate exports, to diversify exports, to create employment, but ultimately, as our president says, to create an empowered and successful upper middle income society by 2030 by improving livelihoods, because 61% of Zimbabwe's population is in the rural areas. So it is uplifting these and ensuring that they become economic participants and not economic spectators. That is critical. And because Zimbabwe is an agro-based economy, it is agriculture that must change their circumstances. So we've crafted some anchor pillars, the agricultural recovery plan, livestock growth plan, horticulture rehabilitation plan, the accelerated irrigation development plan, and we've begun to see the fruits of these. For example, we've increased maize and sorghum production. Yield has increased 2 to 4-fold as a result of sustainable conservation interventions, and we've dubbed this in the local language Pfumvudza Intwasa. We've also seen a reduction in tick-borne diseases by 47% in cattle in the first season, and a further 39% last year. But more importantly, this year, for the first time in the history of our country, we'll be wheat self-sufficient. And we think that going into summer now, and we're planning for our summer, we can begin to build on this momentum to create an environment that will assure our nation of sustainable food security while we tailor production to the agroecological requirements. And we say it in our country that what a farmer grows or produces or raises in an agroecological zone is not determined by what they want, but it is determined by the exigencies of that natural region. But partnerships are important. We are investing at pace and scale to increase irrigation development. We are looking at value chains, and which is why the support by UAE is invaluable. We are building these centers around the country. We are building 2,400 youth business centers around the country so that the 62% of our population who are the youth, we can then begin to harness that dividend. But I look forward to an exciting week where we can highlight again Zimbabwe as an investment case, because Zimbabwe is open for business and there are lots of opportunities for mutually beneficial business relationships. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And look, one of the examples of how hand-in-hand works is this cooperation, UAE and Zimbabwe. They are working together, transferring technology. It's not only resources, it's building together and working together for innovation or for transformation. So we need to change the way we think. We were very criticized when we were talking about matchmaking. And look at the reality, it works. Countries can come together through solidarity and help each other, but help each other to both gain and to benefit from it. And the same applies to the investment side. So we are lucky to have here from Latin America, CAF, and the Executive Vice President of CAF. So thank you so much for joining us today. So please, if you can elaborate, what are you doing to be able to fund this transformation that we need in the Latin American countries where you have your majority or all your activities?
Thank you very much, Máximo. I would like to thank Minister of Emirates, Minister of Zimbabwe, and Vice President of PepsiCo to be here with me. It's a pleasure to be here in this very important meeting in a place that is looking for dialogue, debates, solutions in this very important issue that today we are working on. Let me please change to my language, to Spanish, as President of Peru, Honduras, and Panama did it as full members of CAF. Además de compartir lo que han dicho todos los aquí presentes y la introducción, especialmente que ha hecho Máximo, me gustaría remarcar que estamos viviendo en un momento muy, pero muy particular de crisis de magnitud global. La pandemia del COVID, la interrupción de las cadenas de suministro, los conflictos bélicos, la crisis de cambio climático, entre algunos de los puntos que mencionó el presidente de Guyana son temas claves que debemos tener en cuenta a la hora de accionar para adelante y trabajar juntos. Esta situación todos sabemos que ha impactado sobre la cadena de valor de los alimentos, que ha tenido efectos muy negativos sobre los precios, sobre la oferta y por ende en el acceso a los alimentos. Y la Organización de Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación, el Programa Mundial de Alimentos, entre otras autoridades, han estimado que del año 2020 al 2021, 60 millones de personas han sufrido seguridad alimentaria de manera adicional a las que ya lo venían viviendo. Y en el caso de América Latina y el Caribe, región que de por sí ya es muy desigual, sabemos que los más vulnerables son los más afectados. 4 de cada 10 personas de la región, esto equivale a 237 millones de personas, experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o severa en el último año, en el año 2020. Y para enfrentar esta problemática, creo que resulta muy relevante tener enfoques intersectoriales y mecanismos de protección social que nos aseguren, sobre todo en estos momentos de crisis, el acceso a alimentos saludables. Desde CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina, estamos promoviendo estas acciones multisectoriales que buscan impactar de alguna manera en las 4 dimensiones de la seguridad alimentaria que articulan sectores en los que venimos trabajando, como la protección social, la salud, la nutrición, el agua y el saneamiento, y el sector privado como actor clave de los cambios que debemos hacer para adelante, y siempre con el eje transversal puesto en las cuestiones de medio ambiente, de género e inclusión, para poder trabajar, sí, para los más vulnerables siempre, que es nuestra misión. Algunos ejemplos concretos de lo que estamos haciendo en América Latina y el Caribe que me gustaría resaltar, porque son ejemplos que después podemos trabajar con el resto de los países, son los que apoyamos en Argentina, por ejemplo, la tarjeta alimentar, con más de $700 millones de inversión para poder dar acceso a alimentos saludables a alrededor de 4 millones de personas en este país. Lo mismo, los programas que estamos haciendo con la Secretaría de Agricultura, Ganadería y Pesca para programas de recuperación y desarrollo de todos los complejos agroexportadores de este país. En Ecuador hemos apoyado y estamos trabajando en el programa de lucha sobre la desnutrición, con más de $300 millones invertidos. En Bolivia, más de 1.000 millones invertidos en cuestiones que tienen que ver para trabajar y apoyar la capacidad de riego para la agricultura familiar como elemento clave de la seguridad alimentaria. Lo mismo en el sector privado, donde hemos generado financiamientos con líneas de APP en distintos espacios, especialmente para trabajar con las pymes. Entonces, así como estamos inspirados en la Agenda del 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenibles, nuestras acciones se basan en el individuo durante las distintas etapas del curso de su vida, con un abordaje multisectorial, como decía, entendiendo la necesidad de involucrar a distintos actores de la sociedad para poder construir soluciones concretas a estos problemas globales que hoy estamos enfrentando entre todos. Buscamos no solo la seguridad alimentaria, sino también la salud, la nutrición, para poder prevenir situaciones como el sobrepeso, situaciones como la obesidad, que tanto nos están afligiendo hoy en día. Y este abordaje que planteamos es compartido por agencias internacionales, como las que están aquí hoy presentes, como los ministros que están hoy aquí presentes, pero que tienen como papel central enfrentar la inseguridad alimentaria, dado el conocimiento técnico que estas agencias tienen, la capacidad para poder coordinar entre los distintos estados la promoción y la cooperación de la solidaridad internacional, como dice el Papa Francisco. Hace poco menos de un mes nos dimos cita en Nueva York para conmemorar los 10 años de CAF como observador del Sistema de Naciones Unidas, y allí tuvimos la oportunidad de debatir con muchos de los aquí presentes estas cuestiones. También tuvimos la oportunidad de escuchar, como hizo hoy el presidente de Guyana, este llamado a la acción, este llamado a la reflexión, para poder salir de este gran problema o de estos grandes problemas en los cuales nos encontramos hoy. Y ha sido un espacio enriquecedor, como es el que estamos asistiendo hoy, y estamos aquí en este foro de FAO para reafirmar nuestro compromiso de seguir acompañando a los países de América Latina y el Caribe en todos sus esfuerzos por mejorar la seguridad alimentaria, la nutrición, como aspectos esenciales para el desarrollo sostenible de nuestra región, América Latina y el Caribe. Este es un desafío que es de articulación, es de coordinación, y en el que todos los actores aquí presentes debemos ponernos en marcha. No quisiera terminar estas palabras sin decir de nuevo que estamos aquí no solamente para acompañar, sino para redoblar nuestros esfuerzos y para también evitar duplicidad. Esto es clave a la hora de poder avanzar con los programas en todos nuestros países. Coordinación, evitar la duplicidad y poder trabajar juntos. Creo que este es el desafío que han marcado los ministros aquí presentes y que nos han guiado de alguna manera también el presidente de Guyana. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Cristian. Y claramente la parte de inversión y el trabajo que hacen ustedes y tratar de unir los puntos y romper los hilos en este sistema agroalimentario es central. Ahora tengo el gusto de invitar a Roberto Acevedo. Roberto ha pasado por ser ingeniero, ser viceministro de Finanzas, Economía, ser director del WTO, the World Trade Organization, y ahora estás en el sector privado. Eres vicepresidente de PepsiCo. Roberto, ¿qué puede hacer el sector privado para acelerar este proceso? Porque no hay forma que el gobierno lo haga solamente, no hay forma que los productores lo hagan solamente, tenemos que trabajar todos, ni los financiadores. Entonces, ¿qué puede hacer el sector privado? ¿Cómo puede trabajar? Sobre todo en estos países que son los más vulnerables, son países difíciles, con alto riesgo. ¿Qué está haciendo el sector privado para ayudarnos en este proceso y tomar en cuenta la sostenibilidad que necesitamos?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. It couldn't be more timely to have a conversation like this. And I think I would start by acknowledging that the food systems as they operate today, they're under tremendous stress, and basically it's broken. What we see is soil degradation, water resources being depleted. Agricultural producers are emitting much more greenhouse gases than actually we needed to. With the right techniques, with the right technology, we could be net positive in terms of carbon emissions rather than net negative as we are today. And the effect is clearly visible. There are studies out there that already show that for every 1 degree centigrade that we increase the temperature of the earth, staple crops like corn, oats, and others will be diminished by 10%. So 1 degree, 10%. As we all know, this is not sustainable, right? This is not something that we can continue to operate on this way. And it's visible. I mean, if you go, I was recently in North America visiting farms and operations on the ground, and what you see is that in that hemisphere, crops are moving north. So as the earth warms up, areas that were not favorable for certain crops are becoming favorable, and others that were favorable are not favorable anymore. So you see a geographic displacement of the optimal conditions for growing. And of course, whenever that happens, developing countries are the ones that suffer most, and they're the ones who suffer first. So we all have to be mindful of this reality. At PepsiCo, we adopted a program, we call it PepsiCo Positive or Pep Positive, which goes from where you harvest the product to the transformation, to the sale, and to the management of the waste, all across having planet and people at the forefront. And when we do that, agriculture is clearly a main pillar of that work. And not only is it a main pillar, we are taking very concrete commitments. So one commitment, for example, is by 2030, so 8 years from now, don't ask me how we're going to get there, but we will. We are going to be sourcing all of our products from regenerative practices. at the agricultural level. So that's about 7.5 million acres across the world. On top of that, we are committing to be net positive in terms of carbon emissions by 2040. So, and we're not going to get there alone, right? The only way to get there is if we establish the right partnerships with governments, with international institutions, with NGOs. None of them can do this by themselves. That's clearly not going to be the case. But we can leverage on each other's potentialities and possibilities to get there. Now, we want to bring, like I said, a lot of that has to do with regenerative agriculture, but how are we going to bring, we cannot do it unless the farmers buy in. If the farmers don't buy in, we're stuck, right? But how do you do that? How do you bring them on board? And of course, moving towards regenerative agriculture is costly. There are investments that have to be made. These things don't happen by chance. But in order to finance this transition, we need the right partnerships because they are not going to do it by themselves. Of course, 2, 3, 4 years down the road, they will see the benefits and they will begin to use less fertilizers. They will use less water. They're going to see the soil and the yields improving. We are going to be emitting less carbon. We are going to be improving the livelihoods of those farmers and the communities in which they live. All those things are going to happen, but we have to get there, and you need the financing to get there. So this is where I would say the private sector, PepsiCo for sure, is willing to work. We want to work with the right partners, with the partners here in this panel, others who are not, with the FAO, and make sure that together we make this transition. And we're talking a lot about the youth, right? That's what a lot of this is about, youth. The youth, the young people, they have to buy in as well. They have to be advocates. They have to be enthusiastic about this. And they need to engage in regenerative practices, be bold, and ask for help. And we'll be there to help. We need commitments and we need partnerships, and we are ready to step in.
Thank you. Now, let me try to make this a little bit more spicy. So, Roberto, is that profitable for the farmers? How you are going to make this something profitable for the farmers? Because we are talking of small farmers, farmers that don't have money. And we are asking them to change. We're asking them to be sustainable. How we make it profitable? How the private sector can help to create the demand that will make this profitable and create the proper incentives?
In several ways. Very concretely, the things we can do for ourselves, we are talking to the farmers. We are explaining to them why is it for their own good to move in that direction. We are offering technical assistance. We are researching and developing systems. We have partnerships with water irrigation systems in order to use less water. We have a very technical, very sophisticated equipment and technologies that help them to measure the acidity of the soil, how much nutrients is needed so that they avoid waste. We have a number of projects and programs that help with the conservation of water. And all this is great, but the problem that we have is that one company alone is not going to do it. All of these challenges, all of these solutions, they need scale. We can do pilot projects and we can help identify the technologies and how you move the needle in the right direction. But in order to be effective, in order to have scale, in order to have millions of acres engaged in the same practices, we need everybody to be on board, including governments. Spend the money smartly, right? Instead of traditional subsidies, just pouring money into production in a way that doesn't help us transition towards better practices. Let's do that in a smart way. And so there is not one single recipe, one single answer, but the commitment has to be there.
So, Roberto, we have 54 countries as of today for hand in hand. And I hope after this meeting, we will have a lot more. So you will have the scale. Work us together with us, and we will help to make the process and accelerate.
Count on us.
Minister.
Oh, thank you very much. I like the intervention, but perhaps we have to be more contextual, especially in the case of my country, Zimbabwe. We are talking of rural farmers, predominantly women, And they are not at a stage where they can feed themselves because agriculture is so vulnerable to climate change. And we are trying to take them to a level where they are moving to food security without the aid of these subsidies and coming through and social welfare. And so I believe that the first stage is to make the case for agriculture as a business so that it becomes for people, for planet, and for profit. And then we can then say, how do we get companies such as PepsiCo to begin to invest in growing this at scale and at pace? But to ask rural farmers to begin to transition to greener regenerative agriculture when they are hungry, when their immediate requirement is food, I think the context will be more difficult. But let's do a step process to say you can feed yourself and you can make money out of this process if you looked at agriculture as a business. So it is the case for agriculture as a business, and then the next stage becomes this regenerative agriculture. And I believe that perhaps we can have a conversation outside here where you could use Zimbabwe as a case, and then we can take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. And exactly that's the idea of hand in hand. Hand in hand realizes that the subsistence farmers will be very complex to link them to private sector immediately. So we target territorial approaches and we target areas where there is enormous potential. So if you arrive to your potential, you will be out of poverty. But for that, we need change, we need technology, we need innovation, we need to help them, we need to bring capacities. And that's exactly the transition. And then they will attract the others, which are subsistence, because they will see the change and they will see the difference. And that's where we will create also a scale within the country. But go back to the financing. We were talking about risks and uncertainty. The president of Guyana raised the issue of climate, the risks that they face. All the seeds face these risks. But all the agriculture is now today under risk and uncertainty. We saw what happened with COVID-19. We are seeing what is happening now with the conflict. We are seeing what is happening with the climate. Pakistan flooded, the fourth exporter of rice, India rice in the world. So, are you thinking on ways to reduce that risk? Are you working on investment on insurance? But reinsurance that not only limits to your region, because you need to diversify in insurance. So are you planning to interlink with the African Development Bank, with the World Bank, so that you can have tools that reduce global risk and you can have cheaper reinsurance tools? Is CAF thinking on that?
I think...
I am talking to Latin America, then I come back to you, sorry.
Cuestiones que creo que me gustaría reafirmar. Por un lado, comparto 100% que debemos trabajar en alianza y en alineación con distintos bancos de desarrollo. No solamente en nuestra región, como el Banco Interamericano, como con Plata, como el Banco Centroamericano, Banco del Caribe, sino también fuera de nuestra región, el Banco Interamericano, el Banco Africano y otros bancos de desarrollo. ¿Por qué? Porque debemos intercambiar de alguna manera, no solamente esto que vos decías, tan importante del tema de los seguros, sino también intercambiar conocimiento. ¿Por qué? Porque nuestra generación, los que aquí hoy estamos presentes, somos los que tenemos la responsabilidad de llegar, no quiero ser catastrófico con esto, pero hasta la punta del precipicio y volver para atrás. Porque hoy estamos ante una situación climática muy pero muy complicada. Como decía el ministro de Zimbabue, la agricultura también claramente se ve muy vulnerable, muy afectada por el cambio climático. Por eso nosotros desde CAF tenemos un compromiso, como también tienen desde el sector privado, en este caso Pepsi, muy importantes, de financiar en $25.000 millones en los próximos 4 años a todos nuestros países de la región en cuestiones que tengan que ver con el cambio climático. Financiar en $1.200 millones, y este es un compromiso que hicimos en la Cumbre de los Océanos en Lisboa hace unos meses atrás nomás, todo lo que tiene que ver con cuestiones de los océanos, de los mares, de los ríos, como espacios fundamentales para generar más oxígeno, para poder limpiar de alguna manera nuestro planeta. Y en cuestiones de economía circular estamos trabajando en financiar en los próximos años proyectos por más de 4.000 millones de dólares. ¿Por qué digo esto y por qué lo conecto con lo que decía también el vicepresidente de Pepsi sobre el tema de los skills de los jóvenes? Hoy, por ejemplo, en la mañana, y es una de las causas por las que no estoy acompañándolos allá en Roma, estuvimos con la vicepresidenta del gobierno español, Nadia Calviño, y con el secretario general de la OIJ, el Organismo Internacional de la Juventud para Iberoamérica, para trabajar en programas de habilidades que ayuden a los más jóvenes a poder transitar el camino hacia tener estos skills tan necesarios, no con cursos, programas, estudios universitarios, etcétera, sino con aquellos skills que hoy son necesarios para poder programar, para poder trabajar, y estos skills tan necesarios en la nueva era digital, en la transformación digital, pueden acompañar también claramente todo lo que tiene que ver con la cuestión de la agricultura. Por eso hemos tenido estas reuniones aquí. Y por eso esto que bien vos decías, Máximo, sobre poder coordinar con toda la banca de desarrollo es clave. No solamente la banca de desarrollo, sino todos los actores internacionales como la FAO, como el Programa Mundial de Alimentos, como el ICA, que nos ayuden a generar estos espacios de diálogo. Corto por acá porque sé que estamos con poco tiempo.
No, muchísimas gracias. Y déjenme acabar con Mariam. Mariam, you are a systems minister, just one of the few in the world. And that's crucial because the agri-food system crosses environment, health, agriculture, production, transportation, infrastructure. So tell us how we can learn from you, because hand in hand brings the diversity of the regions. We have Africa, Asia, Latin America, seeds, brings also the South-South learning. And we want to learn from you and what you are learning and where we can even go further than what you are doing right now to succeed.
Thank you, Maximo. First of all, we're also in partnership with PepsiCo. We did an accelerator program with PepsiCo. This is a government-private sector partnership to try and look at innovations, and really it was fantastic to see. We just did the prize giving for a very young gentleman who won in something to do with food loss and food waste. So partnerships, I think we've talked enough about partnerships. I really am such a believer of inspiration and having the right ecosystem for the young people. We all know that farmers are older people, the young generation are not coming into this. We need to instill hope and excitement in this, and this is something a lot of my friends and colleagues have heard, I often say we need to look for the next agri-technologists. We need to give this an exciting name. We need to give the young people that hope of saying, you know what, I like anything to do with technology and food. I'm really excited in this. So it's up to us, government, private sector, to build the right ecosystem for the young people so that they can innovate, so that they can access investment. So we're doing things like Food Tech Challenge. Food Tech Challenge in the UAE is all about saying, okay, we have a prize money of $2 million, one of the highest prizes for food system transformation. Get your heads together, try and apply for the prize, and then there's certain areas we're trying to focus on, whether it's producing clean foods in harsh marginal environments, such as the environments we have in the UAE, looking at how we can reduce food loss and food waste, something of a really big challenge also in our area. And then the last thing, of course, climate and food systems. The food systems are the second largest generator of greenhouse gas emissions after the energy sector. It plays a huge role, and we realize this, and at COP28, we're going to make sure that food systems has a center stage alongside the energy transition dialogue, and we're going to make sure that youth are front and center in this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Join me in an applause thanking all of the panelists, which they are already partnering together. Colleagues, let me just finalize with a few words. First, what else you need to know about how bad we are doing in terms of all the SDG indicators? We need to start action, and clearly we need governments, private sector, civil society, multilateral organizations, all of them needs to work together. We need partnerships, that's central to be able to achieve, and I think here we are building enormous partnerships, which are already many of them working together. But we need to change. We need to start the change. So please, hand in hand needs you. Let's work together and let's create the change that we need. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
For this great kickoff of what we are planning on seeing in the hand-in-hand investment forum. Thank you for that. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you for those wonderful ideas, and keep them coming. I see you have heard us. We said you need to be having exhilarating and inspiring solutions. I see it only took a few minutes, and we've already got them going. So thank you. Thanks for that.
Really fantastic. I fully agree with you, Yasmina, and I think the caliber that we have here in the discussions for this hand-in-hand initiative this week can be truly game-changing.
Very true.
So coming from the game-changing words of this panel to game-changing words of a poet, we have a very young poet with us this week who has put together a poem for us for this World Food Forum 2022, Mr. Victory Ashaka. He's going to perform it here on stage, and also throughout the week. We will hear him a couple of times. He is a multi-award winning spoken word artist, a poetry slam champion, content creator, climate activist, and he is also a SDG advocate. And currently, I think at an undergraduate in Lagos State University in Nigeria. And yeah, welcome, and the stage is yours, Victory.
FAO Director General, distinguished guests, and all of humankind. One planet, one plan for sustainability, to militate against hunger, pains, and humanity. The trail of human misery and degradation makes a war of starvation linger upon this generation. Not of machine guns, but intestinal sounds. Not of bullet wounds, but sore from belly pangs. Not of rubble, but stomachs rumbling. And ironical, unspoken grief with deafening silence. We lavish on war, yet the poor strive to eat. Some wasting away with malnutrition, others shockingly overweight. We are trapped in this circle of unrighteous anger, bloated out by the pangs of emptiness and perils of hunger. If this vicious circle of poverty prevails, a blooming economy will soon become stale. We are destroying our land that produces food for all, then throwing it away as if it never existed at all. If the system designed for maximum production is broken, how do we get quality over quantity of what's edible? The nitty-gritty of human survival is good nutrition, strengthened by the arms of sustainable agriculture to thrive from dawn to dusk with ecstatic satisfaction that nourishes the body with vitamins for action. So everyone should learn and earn without inferiority in pursuit of sustenance. Equality is a priority. What good is food availability if it is void of accessibility? What essence is it to bank on good nutrition if we've got to break a bank? The worst thing about hunger isn't just the rippling effects of war, the politics or outbreak of disease, but the silence we do not resist. So let's take the weight off our shoulders to prepare the feast that brings us together. To eliminate deficiency in a land of milk and honey is to give up exchanging resources for a penny. The earth is warming, oceans are rising, creatures must thrive, and humans must keep on living. Our world is so concerned with economic numbers, yet grapples to solve the puzzle of world hunger. So let's take the weight off our shoulders to prepare the feast that brings us together by stretching forth our arms towards our mandate of what's at stake with no food going to waste. When all of heaven is filled with clouds and rain, if the universe isn't the barrel of hurricane, streaks of bliss will surely blow some on our ecosystem till the crust of drought flourishes with food system. So let's take the driver's seat on the wheel of production till Earth's vegetation sprouts to diversification. If food security is our priority against instability, productivity is a recovery opportunity from calamity. One planet, one plan, here is food for thought. No more empty talk that doesn't reduce food loss. Youthful willpower is the strength of transformation, creatively propelled by inclusive contribution. Youngsters should thrive innovatively in the sand of time to erect the building blocks of change for a lifetime. And if we genuinely live with a healthy diet, then we can't die yet. Thank you.
Victory, victory, victory. What amazing words that should be inspiring us all. We go from your words that encapsulate what the forum is to the science and the basis of what we study to make a better world. Kazuki.
Absolutely. And one of the tenets of the World Food Forum is changing the status quo. I think with this type of poems and with these kind of artistic expressions, we can make a change in the world. And of course, another change that we need to see in the world is coming also from innovative and collaborative ways of technology and science.
Exactly.
So here we go to the next panel, which is going to be the Science and Innovation Forum panel, which is moderated by
Ismahan El-Wafi, our chief scientist, FAO's chief scientist. The Science and Innovation Forum will create a space where we can all take stock of science and current evidence-based solutions and gaps. I can't say much more because I'm going to leave it all to those who know it, and we'll hand over to Ismahan El-Wafi.
Ismahan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Yasmina. Thank you very much, Kazuki. And let me first ask my two panels to join me so we could get right into business. And it's a wonderful poet. Thank you very much, young man, for that great work and poem. And dear President, ministers, colleague, representative of member states, ladies and gentlemen, 2022 has been an extraordinarily turbulent year. We have witnessed droughts, hurricanes, floods, wars after living with the worst health crisis in a century. We had to adapt to these new realities in our personal and professional lives. The economic crisis hit every single sector and had major implications on our agri-food system and also on poverty and hunger worldwide. All these dimensions and crises interact, and if we imagine these interactions are linear, well, they are not. They are, in fact, very complex and often have multiple feedback loops. We understand now that no country can do it alone. No economy is immune. And to emerge stronger from these crises and to end hunger, we must harness science, technology, and innovation. We must utilize science and innovation to revamp our agri-food systems, to address the interlinked challenges of agriculture, climate change, and food security. And we heard it from many of us today. Science holds part of the solution, namely today with the latest great development that we have seen in so many disciplines. That's why the team of FAO Science and Innovation Forum is harnessing science, technology, and innovation to transform our agri-food system. And that's why FAO is promoting the transformation of our agri-food system to be more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable for our four betters: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life, this time leaving no one behind. To discuss this, I'm really delighted to have four distinguished guests with us. I'm going to start with Her Excellency Dr. Bibi Amina Gurib Fahim, the former president of the Republic of Mauritius, the first female president of Mauritius, and an eminent scientist. Thank you for being with us, Amina. We have with us Dr. Shaukia Hemovara, president of the board of Wageningen University and another eminent scientist. Thank you very much for being with us here, Chowkia. And we have with us online Dr. Jiang Wang, the co-founder and chairman of the BGI Group, the Beijing Genomic Institute Group, a scientist, an entrepreneur, and a business leader. Thank you so much for joining us from Shenzhen, and I know it's very late for you. Thank you, Dr. Jiang, for being with us. And we have with us Dr. Shakuntala Tilsit, a World Food Prize winner in 2021, and another eminent scientist from the CGR Group. Thank you very much for joining us from the US, from the World Food Prize, from Des Moines, Shakuntala. Thank you, Shakuntala. So let me start with Excellency Amina, with the first question. So Amina, how can policymakers harness science, technology, and innovation to transform our agri-food system? What do you think are the elements that they should consider as they are planning to harness better those tools that are crucial for our development?
Good evening, everybody, and again, Ismahani, thank you for associating with this very important panel. You've mentioned science, technology, innovation in our food systems. I think we all agree that science, technology, and innovation has been transforming our food systems since time immemorial. Ever since we discovered, ever since the wheat was invented in Mesopotamia, ever since yeast was being used in Egypt for making bread, so we saw already the input of science, technology, innovation. But as we speak, as we leapfrog into this 21st century and of course beyond, we find that we are having to cope with an exploding population. We are finding that there are patterns of the climate which is not really helping us at all. So how do leaders across the world, especially in the developing world and especially in Africa, where I hail from, because why I say Africa, because Africa will be 2 billion people to feed by 2050. And this is a part of the world where agriculture is essentially rain-fed. So how do we actually adjust to a changing climate and at the same time an exploding population? This is where I think we are really talking about how to optimize resources and how to flag in science, technology, innovation, but not forgetting also, as we speak about the developing world, we also talk about precious traditional knowledge, which should be incorporated into our farming practices so as to get the best yield by virtue of the fact that we're looking at systems operating in microclimates among so many other factors to take on board. So if we look at how to actually address the food system, we have just heard just now, the previous panel, that this food system as we know it is broken. It's broken for many reasons, and one item which has been flagged in the course of our discussion has been reconsidering regenerative agriculture. So policymakers have to be aware, have to be actually brought to the table of discussion, because one thing that, again, I will do my mea culpa here, and I think we'll all agree as scientists, that when we actually talk, we talk amongst ourselves. We don't talk to policymakers. And I think this is the chasm that we have to breach, is how to speak to the policymakers with the appropriate information, with the appropriate data, with the appropriate knowledge that they will need to shape policy. So that's one thing we have to do. And as we'll be talking about the higher education system, how to get these various actors around the table in shaping, for example, our higher education curricula, because we will need more people at the table to discuss these various policies. When it comes to actually mainstreaming the science, we'll have to start with the grassroots. We'll have to start with the soil, for example. How? Because we know how polluted the soil is, how in many parts of the world it is not responding to the needs of the farmers. We also have to change the mindset, especially in Africa, how to make agriculture exciting. How to bring them, because right now the stereotype of agriculture in Africa is that poor woman with a hoe digging the dry soil, a dry field in the hot sun with the baby in her back. So this is not the agriculture we have to portray. So we need to reconsider our communication. We need to reconsider youth, because they are the talent with which we are going to transform our system. They are the hope. And if I again hail from Africa, we look at a continent which is home to 60% of the world arable land, a home to immense diversity. And as we speak, we are having the crisis in Ukraine. Now, how the biodiversity already inherent in our continent can help address the food security system, how to transform the system, how to address food wastage, how to actually look at post-harvest technologies so that we stop the waste of all these foods. And of course, this is where we will need a highly educated, a talent, a science-savvy young people, farmers, who can help address the food system. I'll stop here, thanks.
Thank you very much, Amina, and thank you really for reminding us that we should stop talking between scientists and talk to policymakers. And we had that discussion with Shaukia yesterday, that really what we need to do is find a common language between all of us. And I fully agree with you that we need to communicate better to policymakers, to the society, and the youth is the future, and we need to engage them in this agri-food system transformation. Thank you very much, Amina. Now we're going to move to Dr. Shaukia. Please tell us, Wageningen is one of the top-ranked universities in the agriculture era, agricultural sciences in large. So what is the role of the higher education? And Amina started talking about it and how we have really to start from very early on. So what's the role of the higher education, research, and academia in harnessing science, technology, and innovation, and how should they go about it?
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, I would like to say how I enjoy this forum and to hear everybody speaking so passionate about the changes that we need to make. And I really hope that we can see them materialized the coming years. From the perspective of the university and research, Wageningen University and Research, or more university and research in a broader sense, I think there's two major ways in which we need to harness knowledge and science. And the first one, and very important, is education itself. Because if I look at Wageningen University and research, we have now educated, raised, I may say, more than 67,000 talented, once young people who are around the world spreading this knowledge, spreading their talents and what they know. And so this is a real important part of our task, and a very effective one, I think. And also empowering this youth, and also all the PhDs which are with us. We have seen, we can see many of them here today. The youth also, like they are active here at this forum, I think this is a very important way to harness science and knowledge. So that's one of the ways, the important ways to do that. And the other one, of course, is by talking to the rest of society. And I think it is really important, and I think everybody will think it's really important, to, as science, to provide knowledge, to provide scenarios to policymakers, so that we can have fact-based policy. And that requires two sides. One of them is the scientists talking to policymakers. The other one is, of course, policymakers listening, asking scientists for their knowledge. Yeah. And both of them is very important. So that's one. And then another one, of course, is reaching out to society, engaging in the dialogue in society. That is, and then I want to use this podium to address that issue, because nowadays, for scientists, as for politicians, sorry, it is getting more and more difficult to do so, because if you speak out, you are in danger of being attacked, which is nowadays very easy on social media. So we should stand next to each other and protect each other, and we should protect scientists if they do so, because now they're sometimes some of them are kept from speaking out and sharing their knowledge because of this. So this is something I really want to bring to this table and ask attention for. Then, of course, there's the collaboration with society in the way of collaboration with businesses. And that is very important. Businesses, but also NGOs, but also other organizations, as long as they share the same goals and values, we really like to collaborate and share knowledge in partnerships. And in Wageningen, we do that. We are organized in a very special way. We have a integrated university and research institutes in one big institute. So there's a very natural flow from fundamental science to application, also with companies and with institutes. And this is important, where also it is very important to stay independent at all times to keep your credibility. And finally, and not at all least important, to work together with organizations as FAO, as others, to work on this science policy interface and to be maximum effective by making impact with the knowledge we have, but also by listening to what is needed and what is important, and to get the important aspects and points on the agenda there where it can make a difference. So I think for now that will be my answer.
Thank you very much, Shoki. And what I hear from you, it's really, you are stressing it's both ways. So it has to be going and coming back, and it has to be a lot of listening, understanding. And I hear from you efficiency as well, is that we need to really do it in an efficient way to get to the impact. So thank you very much, and thank you for your enlightening input and for stressing the importance of that science policy, society interface, and academia as part and parcel of it. So now we're gonna move to the private sector, and I'm gonna move to Dr. Jiang. So the private sector plays a huge role in the transformation of agri-food system. And we keep talking about that we need to bring private sector on board, and we are still struggling with it. So we have once in a while one representative, two representatives, but how do you see it as an entrepreneur, as a scientist yourself, Dr. Jiang, that started a company like BGI many years ago, and it became really a multi-billion company looking at how to use science to understand better the omics and genomics. How do you think private sector can play a more crucial role in our path toward transforming agri-food system? Over to you, Dr. Jiang, and if you want to speak in Chinese, that's fine. Whatever you prefer.
Okay. I want to say first, I want to thank you, Ismail, to invite me to join such an important meeting. It's my pleasure to give some ideas about the private sector, how we can contribute to the agriculture worldwide. Thanks. Chinese or English? Chinese. Okay.
Chinese.
So I speak to you by the home language, Chinese. 我们作为一个民营的这个机构，能够为世界农业做什么样的贡献？那么我们是一个极其特殊的机构，一是一个公益性研究组织，也是一个就是私营性的公司。那么我们在过去这些年建立起自己的这个社区平台，那么我们贡献了60%的全球的农业相关的经济作物的基因组数据，也贡献了将近30%的非人类的那个基因组数据，从高海拔的物种到深海的这个各种生物的基因组数据。我们想做的就是利用我们的高通量、低成本的社区平台，为世界的 基因组研究和农业发展做出我们的应有的贡献来。那么我们的这个提供这个高质量的数据和低成本、低价格的服务，为世界的农业服务。那么我们更多的是与这个相关的育种家和科学家一起来合作。我很高兴看到我们瓦特林根校在这里，我们与瓦特林根合作，把他们手里的400多种蔬菜的相关的种子的序列全都免费的给它做完了，然后把所有的数据都免费公布给全球。这是我们跟瓦特林根的一个重大的合作。同时，我们也帮助了世界这个CDIR 的土豆研究所，在地里土豆研究所，当年跟这个曲如英先生一块儿完成了土豆的基因组、小麦的基因组、薏米的基因组重测序，也跟那个菲律宾的伊人合作做了3000株的水稻，这个不同的这个基因组水稻的测序，也帮助印度那个半干旱水做了3000多株的鹰嘴豆的基因组。我们希望把所有的重要的粮食物种全部把它数字化，来把它的基因型、它的表情有效的结合起来，形成一个智能化的，用人工智能的方式自动化的育种。这是我们最希望跟瓦特林根、跟康奈尔、跟这个UCLA 还有那个这个 CDIR 的这个同事们来合作，来建立一个可以供全球的农业育种的自动化的智能化平台。这个当年伊斯马罕还在UAE 的时候，我们就讨论过，也现在也正在合作，在沙漠的干旱植物、抗盐碱植物的这个项目。那么我们作为一个民营的私人公司，在这里我们不需要有太多的利润从这得到，我们也有能力为世界的这个粮食安全和新型育种来做出更多的贡献。也感谢这个伊斯马罕我们这么多年的合作。我刚才看见了这个Learning 在那个组织前一个会，这都是我们的老朋友，和老朋友一起做事，对人类的发展做出贡献，是我们最高兴做的事情。所以，当我们有了在其他的领域有了赚了钱的时候，我们非常愿意帮助世界的农业科学家还有贫困国家的来做这样的工作，这是我们荣耀，也是我们的责任。那个再次感谢这个伊斯马罕邀请我参加这样的会议，谢谢。
Thank you very much, Dr. Jiang. It's really fascinating and encouraging to see how you have mixed academia with the research, with the private side, and that, as you said, you make money, but you give back. So that's really an interesting model that I have seen myself, and I think it has to be publicized more. So let me now move to our fourth speaker, Dr. Shakuntala. So Shakuntala, a lot of food research and work tend to focus really on the terrestrial food web. Tell us more about how science, technology, and innovation in the fisheries sector and your own groundbreaking research can provide better diets that are also more affordable in the aquatic food area. Over to you, Shakuntala.
Thank you, Dr. Esquihani, and greetings to all from Des Moines, USA. For too long, science, technology, and innovations in food and agriculture have focused on land-based foods, and at that, few foods, such as rice, wheat, and maize. We must align our efforts in the food and agriculture sectors to also include sustainable, healthy diets for nourishing all people and our planet. Only in the last years, and recently at the UN Food Systems Summit 2021, calls were made for transformation of food systems, also with the inclusion of aquatic foods. And this call is also strongly echoed in the One CGIAR vision and mission to transform food, land, and water systems in the climate crisis. Aquatic foods include many thousands of animals, plants, and microorganisms that are captured and produced in waters, both marine and inland waters. Research done by my colleagues and myself began with diverse production systems, including multiple fish species. For example, in homestead pond polyculture in Bangladesh, with small and large fish species, and also fish rise systems in the Mekong Delta in Cambodia. These aquatic food systems results in greater production and productivity of diverse fish species, increased income from sale, increased intake of small fish species, where we have focused on pregnant and lactating women and children up to 2 years of age. That is the first 1,000 days of life. Engagement of women resulted in them having more empowerment and control over household income. The great breakthrough we had was with the nutrient analyses of common fish species from Bangladesh and Cambodia, showing that small fish species contain much higher concentrations of micronutrients, such as iron, zinc, and calcium, and vitamins. Example, vitamin B12 and vitamin A, as well as essential fatty acids and amino acids. One reason for this is that small fish species are eaten whole, with the head, bones, organs, and skin, no loss. And we also know that fish in a meal improves the bioavailability of micronutrients, which are found in the plant source foods in the meal. Research tells us that inclusion of fish in diets improve growth and cognition in young children, school performance, and is also associated with reduced risk of death due to heart disease, and in USA is associated with long-term weight loss. We develop culturally acceptable, ready-to-use products from small fish for women and young children. For women, a fish chutney with chopped dried fish, and for children from 6 months of age, small fish powder to add to the meals. These dried small fish products are extremely nutrient dense, and by removing the moisture, nutrient concentration is increased by a factor of 4. These products have a long shelf life at room temperature, do not require refrigeration or freezing, and they can be produced in the seasons of plenty during the high production seasons and thereby make them more affordable. Working with multiple partners in the health and nutrition sector, education sector, and also in the private sector, we influence consumer behavior through nutrition messaging to increase small fish in diets, focusing on the nutritional benefits of fish, because we all know this is extremely powerful as all parents wish to have healthy and intelligent children. We can do more to ensure that aquatic foods nourish people and planet. Let us make full use of the multiple global agendas and platforms, These include the right to food, the right to diverse, nutritious, safe, and culturally acceptable foods, and adhering to the principle, as you said, Dr. Espani, of leaving no one behind, especially the poor and the vulnerable. As you know, the theme for the World Food Day 2022, coordinated by FAO, is Leave No One Behind. In COP26 last year, and again in COP27, focus on low-trophic aquatic foods, for example, seaweed and small fish for climate mitigation measures, is gaining momentum. Through the follow-up hub of the UN Food Systems Summit 2021, coordinated by FAO, we can develop and scale innovations and solutions to transform food systems with aquatic foods for nourishing people. We can also do so through the many platforms and actors engaged in the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture, EAC 2022, which IFAD is the lead agency, and also the Year of Nutrition in Africa 2022, as declared by the African Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shakuntala, and I think you have convinced us all how important it is to move towards a stronger aquatic food systems, and definitely in the diversification file, I think we need to look at the aquatic, definitely. So, guys, this is a very great discussion, but I like your example, Shakuntala, and maybe I could ask for more questions. People need to see something tangible that they're going to remember after this discussion. So I would like to ask all the speakers to give me one example of that they are very proud of, that they really want to share with this audience, that where science, technology, and innovation have benefited real and agri-food system transformation or pulled people out of poverty and malnutrition. And I would appreciate if you could do it in 2 minutes. I'm going to go in the same order, and I'm going to start with Dr. Amina.
Thank you. I think it was the FAO or the UN that had declared 2016 as the year of the pulse, the pulses. And I think here, I think of the lentils, where there has been a lot of work that's happened to actually take some of the traits out of the wild species and insert it into the one which are being grown commercially. And we saw how one country, which was not initially the main grower of this particular pulse, Canada, for example, become the world producer of that particular commodity. And we know that this humble lentil can transform the quality of our food, incorporation of iron, incorporation of protein, incorporation of so many of the micronutrients that actually can help humanity. The second, very quickly, Ms. Mahane, is when I look at the food system in Africa, we look at, again, humble species like the fonio, we look at millet, we look at sorghum, we look at teff, which are very good for gluten, for people who actually suffer from gluten intolerance. So all these products are there, and all it requires is investment through science, technology, and innovation to get the best quality product to the people and help, of course, in addressing food security.
Thank you very much, Amina. Thank you, and thank you for mentioning so many of those neglected and digitalized species that really are part and parcel of those ecosystems, and we need to bring them back and produce them, breed them, produce them, because they're going to be part of the solution. Thank you very much. Let me move to Shaukia to get us her example.
Thank you for this excellent question, and I'm really tempted to choose the transformation of the Dutch agro system, the past decades, which has, of course, become one of the most efficient ones. I'm tempted to choose a collaboration with the world-famous BGI on vegetable genomics, which is, of course, an excellent example. But I will choose today, I've been thinking, End to Africa, which is a project, and then I can link to your example, which is a project which started in 3 African countries where they use leguminosa pulses to fertilize the soil with farmers. So the pulses, the leguminosa, can, in collaboration with the Rhizobium bacterium, fertilize in a natural way the soil without using artificial soil. This project has in the end turned out to be effective in 11 countries in Africa, making more than 1.5 million farmers fertilizing their soil, having better harvests, having more varied diets. Pulses are very healthy, and we need to transform the food system towards this type of systems. So I think that would be my example of choice today.
Thank you very much, Okia, and thank you really for breaking a nature-positive solution, really an example. Thank you very much. I'm going to move now to Dr. Jiang to give me his best example. Over to you, Jiang.
Okay. 我最喜欢说的是跟瓦特林根进一步的合作，来做沙漠的沙漠农业。我首先得说，我们这2年跟中国的重庆交通大学，他们发明了一种神奇的化合物，能够把沙漠变成一个面膜，甚至变成一个土壤。我们在中国的新疆、蒙古、内蒙古和这个西藏都做了实验，在沙漠里面可以用少量的水就获得非常好的收成和非常好的作物的质量，从玉米、高粱、棉花、葡萄，还有各种土豆这样的作物，都取得重大的突破。我想这是世界农业从来没有面临过的有机会，所以我们明年将在中国的更大的面积上来做这样的事情。我这里邀请林根的科学家们一起来，我更希望 FIO 的领导们伊斯马罕，我们又可以一起合作了。我们可以选择，现在正在跟沙特阿拉伯、跟阿联酋、乌干达都在谈这样的事情，也希望得到 FIO 的支持。我们选择在中东、在非洲来做这样的实验。在沙漠里面种地还从来没有过，所以我真诚的希望和邀请跟林根我们继续的合作，把世界的农业带到一个全新的、前所未有的发展高度上去。会后我会跟伊斯马罕把我们的这些进展都给你，也转给我们有可能希望合作的科学家和国家，我们一起来向沙漠进军，来把创造更多的新的土地，在新的农业生长的模式，然后来给世界的粮食安全、粮食问题带来全新的解决方案。我们对这个充满着信心，也充满着期望。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Dr. Jiang. That's almost like a dream come true. A desert becoming a productive ecosystem. It's an amazing. So you bet I'm coming to visit it and see it. So thank you very much, Dr. Jiang. And I think science could absolutely. I saw a video, but I will be really interested to see more and know more details. Thank you very much, Dr. Jiang. Yes?
Yes. See you in next couple days. I'm coming to Mola to see you.
Perfect. Both ways, Dr. Jiang. So now the last example from Shakuntala, over to you.
Thank you. So thank you, Dr. Isfahani. I can give many excellent examples. However, after the COVID lockdown and when we started traveling again, just 3 weeks ago, I was in the states of Odisha and Assam in India, where we are working with multiple departments of state governments and partners to include dried fish products and small fish powder in hot meals in Anganwadis. Anganwadis are child care centers for children 3 to 6 years old. In addition, we have also included small fish products in school meals, take-home rations for pregnant and lactating women and adolescent girls. In Odisha, we began with 50 Anganwadis, and in Assam, which we started later, 193 Anganwadis. There were about 20 children in each Anganwadi. Inclusion of small fish products, which I call superfoods, greatly increases the intake of highly bioavailable essential micronutrients, minerals and vitamins, as well as essential fatty acids and amino acids, thereby nourishing children for optimal growth, development, and cognition. Our aim is to scale these small fish products to many of the 112 aspirational districts. These are the most underdeveloped districts throughout India, as identified by the government of India, and further scale to small islands and the Great Lake districts in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shakuntala. Thank you also for bringing a human example that's still in aquatic food. Thank you very much. So this is a really wonderful discussion, and we have learned a lot from you. I could go on and on, but really I have to wrap up, and just in a minute or two, if I may, I think what we are hearing from you is, and from also the panels before, that unfortunately the hunger worldwide is increasing dangerously. We all know it. We must encourage partnership between all sectors and all actors within the food system, the agri-food system, and together we must really move towards hope, from despair to hope, and collective action to make healthy diets available and affordable for all, both terrestrial and aquatic. So that's where FAO Science and Innovation Strategy, it's really very much at the heart of it. It has been endorsed last June by the Council, and it is a strategy to make sure that we intensify the way we are using science, technology, and innovation to get to our global development agenda. I'm sure we will have plenty of time. I know we have to stop now, but we will have plenty of time to really dive into more details on all these aspects, from genomics to education to diversification of agri-food system during our Science and Innovation Forum during this week. So please join me in thanking our great panelists that is very much gender and biased towards women, which is great. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Ismahan, for a fantastic panel. And thank you all the panelists of the Science and Innovation panel this afternoon. Sustainable transformation of our agri-food systems is truly only happening by leveraging the latest science, the latest technology, and it is inspiring to see what you have been bringing here to this panel, and we are looking forward to all of the different discussions in the next couple of days.
Most definitely, and all of the knowledge and experience that was shared, all these great new projects and possibilities are just wonderful, very, very fruitful. So I think it's fitting that we take a quick little spin in another environment, in another world, but still inspired by development. I want to introduce a songwriter and singer, Kai Catcher, who actually is driven by development, both visually and in his music. If I can, just 2 words: born in Berlin, he's a professional singer, and his career started in 2012 when he was on The Voice Germany. We're very lucky to have you with us. At the age of 21, in 2020, he released his first debut album, Infected. I'm not going to say much more. I'm going to leave it all to Kai.
Thank you very much.
Look around,
Can't you see that we are walking in circles? Look around. I don't understand, we're going the wrong way. We wouldn't be too late if yesterday was years ago, but it isn't, no. Na 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 na. Enough with old ways. Can't you feel the earth shake? Na 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 na. Time to think about the future's in our hands. Zeit ist die Fakten liegen staubig auf eurem Tisch. Seid ihr dumm, dass der Rubel rollt, ist euch so wichtig, ist es aber nicht. Oh, du denkst, es ist so weit, das Hoffnungsfeuer auch noch sein, ist es aber nicht. No, no. Nein, genug mit alten Wegen, spürst du die Welt erbeben. Na 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 na. Time to understand, the future's in our hand. Wir fliegen zu Planeten, der Wunsch nach fernem Leben, soll das die Zukunft eben. Wer hat euch denn gebeten, euch unseren Wald zu nehmen? Wir wollen nur überleben. Nein, ist es nicht, ist es nicht, ist es nicht. The future in your hand.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kai, for this fantastic performance. And I think this is the best way of starting the youth panel.
Excellent.
So we are now moving to the final panel of this opening ceremony, the Global Youth Forum. This forum is all about bringing young people together in a safe and inclusive space to discuss, advocate, and co-create priorities, solutions, and hopefully come up with a lot of actions to catalyze the transformation of agri-food systems. This youth forum, of course, is meant to be an intergenerational dialogue, so we are very glad that young and young at heart are going to be in this panel, and I immediately hand over to the moderator of this wonderful panel, Rachel.
There she is.
Rachel Brown.
There she is. There we go. Perfect.
Hi, everyone. How are you? Oh, gosh, nobody answered. Let me ask again. Hi, everyone. How are you? Good. Great. I'm so happy to hear that. Welcome to the final panel of the day. I hope you're ready for it. For those of you who have remained, thank you for being here. For those of you online, shout out to you. Happy to see you guys. I'm going to go ahead and welcome our panelists to the stage. We have Yasmina Buziani, the director. Oh, sorry, 1 second. We have Kasmin Raju. So Kasmin, come up Go ahead. She's the World Food Forum Youth Mechanism representative. We also have Aya. She's coming up. Munir, she's the vice president for External Relations, International Association of Students in Agricultural and Related Sciences. And we also have His Excellency Charlie McConalogue, the Minister for Agriculture, Food and the Marine of Ireland. Welcome you all to the stage. Before we get started, because I know a few of you are a little bit sleepy, I can see, I've been seeing some of you, I've been watching. I would like you all to help me with this year's theme of the World Food Forum. So the theme is healthy diets, healthy planet. So I'm going to say healthy diets, and I want you all to say healthy planet. You ready? You got me? Ready? Healthy diets. Healthy diets. Healthy diets. Excellent. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Pardon? Okay. Guys, there's one more speaker. It's been a long day. Thank you so much for your patience. Welcome to the stage His Excellency William Dar, former Secretary for Agriculture of the Republic of the Philippines. Can you all give our presenters a round of applause? Thank you, guys. All right. So, they have prepared interventions for you, and I am really looking forward to hearing them, especially since we get to hear from our youth. That's the most exciting part for me. I'm like, who should go first? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I am going to go ahead with His Excellency Charlie McConalogue from the Minister for Agriculture, Food and the Marine of Ireland. You have prepared something for us. Looking forward to hearing from you. I think you can use the mic. You want to sit or you want to stand? Stand is easier, yeah. No problem. Anyone's fine. So I guess we're standing.
Thank you. Pleasure to be with you, Director General Chu, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honour to be here with you all today representing the Government of Ireland, as well as our farmers and food producers who are the cornerstone of our oldest and largest indigenous sector. As Ireland's Minister for Agriculture, Food and the Marine, I'm proud to be here with such an august group of leaders, especially as I'm the son of a beef and sheep farmer in the northwest of Ireland. And I was raised on a farm that raised me and my 5 siblings, so I feel I have a unique perspective on the situation. The global food system faces many challenges. Anyone who engaged with the UN Food System Summit process can attest to this. I was honoured to participate in the pre-summit here in Rome in July 2021, where the concept of sustainable food systems and the need to transform our systems nationally and globally was firmly established. In September 2015, the UN General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and identified 17 Sustainable Development Goals as the plan for action to end poverty and hunger, protect the planet's biosphere, and ensure prosperity for all. It's a transformative agenda that will guide our actions across a vast range of our endeavours. Despite our collective efforts to deliver on the SDG targets, the global food system is still failing the world's population in terms of nutrition, and we need to move quicker to address our climate ambitions. With unsustainable food production in parts of the world, there continues to be degradation of ecosystems and weakening of the foundations of what makes our personal community well-being possible. Sustainable healthy diets, clean water, a stabilised climate, and sustainable economic development. The core driver of this degradation is unsustainable consumption and production, undermining the global commitment to deliver on the targets under Sustainable Development Goal 12, responsible consumption and production. What we cannot have is the very thing that keeps us alive, food, being the very thing that's driving our demise, unsustainable food production. Our vision needs to be a world in which consumption and production patterns and use of all natural resources are sustainable. Agriculture is the backbone of food security and rural livelihoods in Ireland and across the globe. Moving towards agri-food systems to be more sustainable is the most effective and critical way to deliver the 2030 Agenda. The high-level panel of experts of the Committee on World Food has provided us with a guideline for sustainable food systems. They should be productive and prosperous, equitable and inclusive, empowering and respectful, resilient, regenerative, and healthy and nutritious. Sustainable agri-food systems deliver nourishment for all, protect livelihoods, and provide wide-ranging benefits for society with minimal ecological impacts. Investing in smallholder farmers and recognizing the rural poor as agents of change is an important way to increase food security and nutrition for the poorest, as well as food production for local and global markets. Recognizing the critical role that women play in agriculture, we must act with more vigour on Sustainable Development Goal 5 to empower women and girls in all their diversities, to unlock their social and economic potential in our collective efforts to transform our agri-food systems. This is a journey that Ireland and our farmers and food producers have been on in recent years, and we're now ramping up our ambitions in this regard. Ireland is a prime example of best practice in sustainable food systems, and in just a few short decades we've developed an industry from a situation like when I grew up on my family farm where we were subsistence in our nature, focused on domestic production, into a globally facing industry of high-performing, sustainably feeding millions of people across the globe. Last year I published a stakeholder-led strategy for our agri-food sector called Food Vision 2030, and it was developed using a food systems approach, recognizing the connection of policies for food, health, climate and the environment. And it's a landmark for the Irish agri-food sector, and with the potential to transform our agri-food sector in the period to 2030 with sustainability in all its dimensions at its core, environmental, economic and social. To enable agri-food systems transformation, we must listen to our young people. And we need to do more than just mentioning young people in speeches. We need to show up for them. We need to listen to them, and we need to have them at the table when we are making decisions on their futures. Half the world is under 30 years of age at the moment. They will have to live with the consequences of the decisions taken today longer than anyone else, but they have relatively little say in how the decisions are made and what they are, which is why policymakers and the leaders of today must identify new opportunities for the leaders of tomorrow to be actively engaged. And then when we have a situation where nearly 70% of the global population in 2050 will be urban-based, so we have fewer farmers needing to produce more food for an expanding population. And that is why modern and sustainable production driven by young and educated farmers are needed to deliver on our ambitions. For Ireland, I want us to be the sustainable food capital of the world, with an industry that is a global leader of food production driven by young and dynamic people. Globally, sustainability is at the core of agri-food system transformation. And agri-food systems transformation is at the core of global efforts towards the delivery of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. The very future of our young people relies on us getting this right. We need sustainable and robust systems that create safe, sustainable and nutritious food for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your vision with us. We really appreciate it, and also for putting the spotlight back on our youth, which is where it belongs, basically. So up next, we are going to hear from Kazmine Raju. You can go ahead. She's a World Food Forum Youth Mechanism representative, and I can't wait to hear from her.
Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, my fellow youth, and a few dignitaries who've been patient enough to stay. I'm Kamshin, an Indo-Pacific Islander. If I'm being honest, when I saw the list of speakers, I was intimidated by their titles and the importance of their positions. I didn't think I belonged in the panel, nor was I sure of what to say, because I thought, who would want to listen to a young student with limited experiences over professionals in their field? However, a kind young man here in FAO told me, my experiences are my own, and that what I say will possibly influence how people perceive where I come from and what my people's experiences are. So here I am, nervous, scared, and hoping that out of all the things I say, at least one hits close to home. Do I really need to advocate for agri-food systems and tell a room half full of people who already understand that food is critical to life? Do I really need to tell people that we need to change our food systems, our consumption, our priorities, and our production? Pacific people, my people, are largely reliant on natural resources for their food security, and they have been for as long as one can remember. However, because of climate change, my people have become more vulnerable and are threatened by food security within a broken system. We, the youth, want to help you fix this system. The youth are already making an impact through actions at the local, national, and international level. We are leaders, activists, and sustainable entrepreneurs, but our impact is limited because of systematic approaches and turtle-based implementation. We are challenged by unprecedented problems, and we need to be open-minded to develop effective solutions. Youth bring creativity, optimism, and unique experiences to the table, which means that meaningful youth engagement increases the sense of ownership and attachment for young people in the community and helps develop innovative solutions. Furthermore, representation doesn't stop at demographics. We need to be inclusive of minorities such as the Oceania region. The Pacific people have always been sustainable, putting nature at the heart of their culture and our agricultural practices. Climate change has devastated our agricultural systems and prevented us from farming using traditional sustainable methods. But my people are still hopeful for a better future. As a young person from the Pacific, I've been brought up with the traditional values and knowledge and have had a connection with nature from an early age. Therefore, knowing how effective traditional practices can be, I would like to implore all of you to value traditional knowledge and incorporate it with modern innovations when implementing solutions for agri-food systems. We, the marginalized youth, can also play a role in preserving a future that we will live. While I may not have been sure if I belonged on this panel at the start, I am now sure that I do. And I know that I want to and I can make a difference. This is not an issue we created, but it is an issue we can help you solve together. This event will hopefully create an opportunity for further learning, inspiration, innovation, and collaboration. By involving and working with youth at events like this, we strengthen our ability to collaborate, negotiate, and problem solve, making people feel more included in policy processes, which enable effective leadership for the future. Let's not just leave it here and forget about it when walking out of this room. We have traditional knowledge, valuable experiences, and the creativity for innovation, while you have the resources and the capacity to open doors and bridge gaps. So let's work together for agri-food and for life. Thank you.
Oh, love it. I love one thing in particular. I loved everything she said, basically, but comes and said representation does not stop at demographics. I love that. I'm going to keep that forever and ever. All right. Next, we are going to hear from His Excellency William Dar, the former Secretary for Agriculture of the Republic of the Philippines. Of course you can. Thank you for being here.
Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders and ministers, and like-minded food security advocates, we hold this edition of the World Food Forum under the auspices of the Food and Agriculture Organization, led by my good friend, Director General Koo Dong-yu, at a time the world is rocked by 3 Cs: the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and conflicts in the geopolitical order. We are in the midst of a perfect storm. These 3 Cs shook the foundations of our food systems and loosened our bearings on key principles: the global trade in food, long-running agricultural practices dependent on chemical inputs, and logistical and distribution systems post up their working order. I know that youth action is key in transforming agri-food systems to feed the world. We are still facing massive hunger and food insecurity the world over, with 828 million in the world having faced acute hunger in 2021. Our food systems approach, buttressed by no less than the UNFAO, has come under immense pressure, not only from the humanitarian crisis of rampant hunger, malnutrition, and food insecurity, but also from slackening commitments. The realization that increasing productivity does not automatically address another malaise, hidden hunger, also haunts our efforts. As yet, we are inching towards significant target achievement by 2030 in Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which is zero hunger. But we are also aiming for quality, nutritious food in achieving this goal. The general discomfort and detected challenges with which we now appraise our food systems now portend our approach to science and innovation. 2 centuries ago, a so-called prophet of doom named Thomas Malthus pursued widespread famine in the fortunes of humanity. He did not foresee the interventions of science and technology in leveling up food productivity to guarantee better health and longer life expectancies. Malthus could not have predicted the food-producing wonders of the digital age that far exceeded the provisions of assembly lines in the industrial age. Today, even as agricultural technologies abound, the challenge to rice-based agri-food systems has remained a conundrum. Many countries have achieved rice self-sufficiency in a region where the grain holds political, cultural, and even spiritual significance. Where I come from, the Philippines, rice is such a political commodity that a shortage in it or price inflation could shake the bureaucracy, foremost by triggering public discontent. The Filipino people cannot conceive of a complete meal without rice. Rice then receives the lion's share of the agriculture's budget, and there are massive interventions such as scaled mechanization, credit extension, and the distribution of high-quality seeds. For the last 2.5 years that I've been Secretary of Agriculture, we really focus on improving the capacities of our farmers to take on more on the very technologies that are necessary. And with all these policy initiatives that we have done, the potential outcomes are now coming. Today, by the end of 2021, we have now achieved a self-sufficiency level of 92%. Thus, the path ahead to achieving full rice self-sufficiency for the Philippines and more demands substantial technological application. We foresee hybrid rice as a game changer, which could help us double rice yields to about 9 metric tons per hectare. The search for ideal and adaptive rice varieties must continue by supporting technologies in genetic engineering and gene editing as well. Now, the sustainability of rice-based agri-food systems depend on sustainable irrigation and good agricultural practices. I'm happy also to report that the Philippines has decided to commercialize golden rice, a vitamin A-enriched rice variety which could lend towards drastically reducing malnutrition in the most vitamin A deficient areas in the country. The Philippines will be the first in the world to do so. The Philippines is also finally diversifying the crop offerings depending on the most urgent nutritional needs of the population and environmental limitations and changes. Crop diversification has the potential to double the incomes of rice farmers. But what bogs down technological distribution among Filipino farmers are the inefficiencies brought by land reform. The partial distribution of lands constrains technological adoption and economies of scale. Cluster farming will consolidate the productive efforts of smallholders and crucially reduce cost of production. We also look to the future The younger generation of rice farmers do not have to inherit its hard physical labors. Instead, they can bring with them savvy for modernization, digital innovations, and social mobilization through the practices of the information age. In a world confronted by crises such as the three Cs I have outlined, food sovereignty, or the ability to produce sufficient and quality food amid perfect storms, is the ideal. This does not preclude efforts to revive and revitalize the global food trade through that route of diplomacy and increased cooperation following economic tenets. Without political will and a collaborative global order, science and innovation involving the youth will be locked in themselves and will fall flat on their impacts. It seems we have reached a point where the problem is not in producing technology or innovation in agriculture, but in getting them to set in motion the human impacts targeted by our SDGs and the critical engagement of the youth today. Let us not lose sight of the human component of technology. And can the world work as one? That's a basic question we have to ask ourselves. Can we now actively engage the youth of today so that there will be sustainable change for the future? Thank you and good day.
Thank you so much for that. It's funny, we've heard this term, the perfect storm, so many times over the last year, but very few people have spoken on what it takes to survive the perfect storm. So definitely encourage you all to think about that. I'm going to invite Aya Munir, the Vice President for External Relations of the International Association of Students in Agricultural, Lord Jesus, and Related Sciences. It's a mouthful. Go ahead and stand there. But before you get started, Aya, every single person in the audience right now, at home or present, I'm going to challenge you, I know it's a challenge, to put down the phones for the next, how long is your speech? 3 minutes. You can do it. 3 minutes. For the next 3 minutes, turn the phones over and focus on Aya, because she is who we're here for. The youth, they're who we're here for, really. I know you may not have been able to tell today, but they are the focus. So, so 3 minutes, guys. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Go ahead, Aya.
Thank you, Rachel. But before allowing myself to speak, I would like to thank the amazing team that has been working so hard so this event and youth engagement overall can take place and see the light. Thank you, guys. Excellencies, delegates, friends and colleagues, it is an honor to be with you here today. 65 years ago, students from 20 countries came together to found EAS, the International Association of Students in Agricultural and Related Sciences. The associations has in all these years evolved to its current state, gathering more than 10,000 students over 130 universities representing more than 50 countries. We have never been as diverse and interconnected as we are today. I am Aya Munir, the Vice President of External Relations. I joined the organization in my home country, Morocco, 5 years ago when I knew nothing about my rights as a young person and what I could do to serve my community and others. Today, I'm empowered through this community of young people and would like to share with you the work we are doing to drive action on the ground. Youth are aware of what is happening in the world, and we are not satisfied nor pleased by some of it. To counter this, we established FAI, the Food and Agriculture Youth Institute, an independent committee to advocate for the adoption of policies in climate adaptation. We build the capacity of young people to advocate for policy change through workshops to bring together the diverse perspective of young people into impactful calls to action. A concrete example is the position paper about food security, how it's affected by water scarcity. that was drafted at the World Congress last summer. It was adopted and supported by the World Food Forum, from which outcomes will be taken to the UN Water Summit next March. We are hoping to sit at the table with world leaders and agree to implement solutions together. We believe that our motto, think globally, act locally, can only be achieved if we empower each other. The reason that pushed us to initiate youth-led projects and support new ideas in different fields such as no food waste, to fight food loss and food waste, women in agriculture, to give women a platform to express themselves and support their initiatives, and the Village Concept Project, to support long-term sustainable solutions to problems faced in rural communities. Those are all driven on the ground in all regions, from global north to global south. With funds and mentorship, together with the FAO, we empowered youth-led innovative solutions through the ICRA program, Youth for Climate Resilient Agriculture, a competition to select climate-resilient agronomists, entrepreneurs, and young farmers. We have received 123 submissions, from which 8 champions were chosen. We are youth, we are academics, we have the silence and knowledge ready to be implemented. Let's make use of this week, because we are here looking to join forces with you, governments, organizations, associations, and individuals, to close the gaps and work together to encourage the exchange of knowledge and ideas, advocate for sustainable food systems to adapt to climate change across the globe, and empower young agronomists through capacity building and mentoring. Keep investing and keep believing in us. This way, we can move our food systems forward into the right direction. We are the generation that will have to face the impacts of the decisions made today. As you can see, youth are given the spot to speak and share their concerns. But we are the last ones on the agenda. We listened carefully to all the speeches and interventions. But when it's our time to speak, we look out to a room with empty seats. We want to be heard. We want to be taken seriously. If you hear us, if you want to take us seriously, make us part of the decision making, because nothing about us without us.
Great. Well done. I bet you were glad you put down the phones. Nothing about us without us. Thank you to our amazing speakers for sharing so candidly with us. We are a little bit low on time, so of course we're not going to have a discussion, but I hope you all heard, and I hope you take them seriously, because they deserve to be taken seriously. Thank you all for joining us today. We're not totally done yet. I'm still going to hand it back over to Kazuki and Yasmina, but please remember there are a lot of things going on downstairs. Interact, network, get to know each other, and have a great time. To the speakers, thank you again. Can I get a round of applause for the youth? All right, Kaz and Yasmina.
Thank you so much. And Rachel, you're always bringing this absolute energy on stage, and I think that was shown again. And thanks to all of the speakers, and in particular, of course, to the Philippines and Ireland, have a great youth delegation here as well. So we're really proud to have these discussions in the next couple of days in the Youth Assembly and elsewhere. And
thank you. I mean, it's great. And if I can say to our wonderful last speaker, Nowartina, thank you very much. Very nice to see that next generation of Moroccans. You had the chief scientist and myself. Thank you. You've done us proud. And we will keep listening. And we did not have our phones on. So thank you for that. We look forward to seeing our next act, which will bring a close to the ceremony today. And for those of you who are in the room or in the outflow rooms, join us downstairs at the atrium. You're going to see a great exhibit and a wonderful concert as well. And those of you who are online, you're already clicking all over the place and seeing all the events that are going on.
Exactly. And before we absolutely close this session, we are ending as we started with the official 2022 World Food Forum anthem, which was composed and produced this year by Grammy Award-winning musical artists Lonnie Park and Ricky Cage. They are actually downstairs and they're preparing for the concert tonight, so stay. Become youthful if you're not yet feeling so youthful, or wake up and get up, start shaking for this concert. It is going to be amazing, and with this, we close this opening session. Thank you for those who have been staying with us for such a long but really intense and interesting session.
Most definitely. A number of events also in the next couple of days. I would just like to have a shout out to Ireland, whose National FAO Goodwill Ambassador, Dermot Gavin, will be here on Wednesday, and he'll be having a side event, as well as a number of other things going on with, as we speak, a Japanese chef, Michelin star chef, who's doing their own session as well. So please get your dancing shoes on for those of you who are here, and meet you in the atrium.
Thank you and ciao.
Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. And music off.
I will listen